Hiya. Yep, got you. Excellent. Right, so shall we, do you want to just leave this line up until I do my 10:40? Because I've got to disappear off. Or do you need anybody else dialing in on it? Right, okay, and then once I've done that, if you could hook us up to Salford before 11, that would be fab. Well, however, yeah, we start, well, before 5 to 11, actually. All right, I'll speak to you. Oh, is it Colson this morning? Yeah, all right, I'll be back in half an hour. I'm just nipping off from the box, so if you shout me, I might not be around until a couple of minutes before I'm due on. All right, cheers. Bye.
This is Yorkshire.
Built on pride.
Forged through generations.
Now a new season begins.
Driven by ambition.
We play to compete.
We play to win.
Driven by those who stand with us.
This is Yorkshire.
We don't stand still.
We move forward.
Together.
One notice for you all this morning, and that's just to let you know that club chaplain Bishop Chris Edmondson will be with us both today and tomorrow. He'll be around during the lunch and tea intervals in the multi-faith room that's at the rear of the East Stand, so do pop along and have a chat to Bishop Chris if you would like to.
think it's going into day 2. That's a bit of a for BBC Radio London, and myself, Jonathan Deutsch, along with David Townsend, your commentary team for the day. Good morning, Churchy. It was a tough enough day in the field for Surrey yesterday with just the 4 wickets. Matthew Fisher, great to see him coming back and bowling well here. And I know you spoke to him after the day's play. What did he have to say for himself?
Yeah, he was very honest. He said that Surrey had let an opportunity slip, having Yorkshire 121 for 4. He was very honest about the way he bowled with the second new ball. He said, I was awful. And I thought that was a bit harsh on himself. But, yeah, not happy last night. I think Surrey do feel like they let an opportunity slip, but that takes nothing away from the way that Bairstow and Lyth batted. I thought they played brilliantly yesterday. I think both of them have been a little short of runs, and Lyth just got his head down, battled through that big life when he was dropped on 31. And Bairstow, he took a bit of time to really snap into Johnny Bairstow that we've all seen over the years, but as soon as he started timing the ball, then that was the Johnny Bairstow we get used to. He had his moments as well. One particular on 95 where he tried to smash Matt Fisher through the covers, got big inside edge, and it just went past his leg stump, but he got away with that. So Yorkshire in a terrific position this morning. Don't forget they got put in as well. Surrey won the toss and bowled. So at 121 for 4, Surrey were happy with that decision, but then I think that they'll put their hands up and say we let an opportunity go yesterday, but that takes nothing away from the way that Messrs Lyth and Bairstow batted yesterday, and their game plan will be bat as long as you can today and just bat once in this game. Surrey's plan this morning will be that ball, as you said, is only 16 overs old. They've got to get in amongst Yorkshire as quick as they can this morning.
Yeah, Rory Burns has just gathered them for the usual pre-day huddle. Surrey, obviously, of more recent champion vintage than Yorkshire. Go back to 2015 for the last title for the Yorkies. So, champion sides, or those sides who've got the ingredients of champions, they come back strongly, don't they, after a difficult day? So I'm presuming you're expecting very much the same from your boys.
I think they just have to bowl like they did yesterday morning and after lunch, and I think they've got to stick to it. Possibly they got a bit greedy yesterday afternoon, and these two are too good not to take advantage of that. So, yeah, they know this morning, they have got to come this morning and start well with the ball. Otherwise, this could be a very long day for Surrey, because Yorkshire will just bat. And the other thing is, when you stick the opposition in, it's down to you to knock them over. They're in no rush here. Yorkshire, they've been put in, and they can take as long as they want to score their runs. So Surrey this morning will have to pick up some early wickets to get in amongst it. Because the other thing with the Surrey batting lineup is, if they could, I don't know, knock your over for under 500, then we've seen it already this season. This Surrey batting lineup can score runs quite quickly and get past the team they're playing. But the first thing they've got to do is try and pick up another 6 wickets.
Yeah. Jordan Clark is going to open the day from this Kirkstall Lane end. Sunshine down at pitch level. There is a greyish cloud overhead, but as I said at the top of the piece, forecast-wise, I think we're okay for today. In fact, it looks like we're okay for most of the game. There might be just an odd shower. Temperatures getting warmer, typically on day 4. And by the time we start the T20s next week, it sounds like it's going to be balmy around England, looking at mid to high 20s. So that will certainly be welcome. So Jordan Clark then to bowl. So Johnny Bairstow, 2 slips. There's a fly gully really, plus a man sweeping out square on both sides of the wicket and down at long leg. And Bairstow gets an inside edge on the first ball of the day, and it dribbles away to the left of Jamie Smith, who's out to field, but they get a run. Yorkshire, of course, they're 37 runs now shy of a 4th batting point. Okay, I can only count to 3 because we've only had 3 this season, Churchy. So yeah, it'll be a 4th batting point when at 400.
Mm-hmm.
Unlikely, given that there are now fewer than 14 overs with which to accumulate batting points, that they're going to get any more than that. But I suppose you always have the caveat with players like these two out there in the middle. You never know if Surrey don't bowl well. changing the field. We've got left-handed Lyth on strike, 2 slips. Long leg, deep backward square, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Cover and a wide third man. And Clark going round the wicket then, and Lyth tucking that one away down to fine leg first up. So Jordan Clark just trying to find the range. And what I was just saying about champion sides coming back strongly, good players, the best players learn quickly. And we were talking about that yesterday with Dan Worrell, who strangely enough will have had a lot better figures than he did, but certainly in the morning session when the ball was hooping around didn't do a lot wrong.
No, I think the other thing is Surrey bowled a lot of overs this summer as well, due to some of the pitches they've been playing on. And I think they're probably beginning to feel that now.
Another dot ball there. Johnny walks away to square leg. Yeah.
And I think that's another reason that Matt Fish was disappointed last night was you know, there was a moment there where you thought, oh, Yorkshire might be out for about 200 here. Then the bowlers can go and put their feet up. But as it is, they're back out there this morning with a lot of hard work ahead of them again.
Yeah, here comes Clark again over the wicket to Bairstow. He's working it to Ryan Patel.
And even if they don't take wickets this morning, they're starting with an in-out field, so they've got cover on the cover boundary rope, 2 men back on that leg side rope as well. So the other thing is to try and make run scoring as hard as possible for Yorkshire. But as I say, Yorkshire are in no rush here at all. If you get put in, you can take as long as you want. You just say to the opposition, well, you've got to bowl us out.
Here comes Clark again. Bairstow's a flash at this one, which is nipping away from him. And we saw that yesterday. It's generally, obviously, a feature of Johnny's play because he likes to go on the attack.
Yeah, he had a few of those yesterday, beating the outside edge. But played really well, Bairstow, yesterday.
2 to come in the over. In comes Clark again. A little bit of away swing and just started it a little bit too leg stumpish, and Bairstow's able to nudge it square on the leg side. Matthew Fisher fields. They pick up a single. In fact, it was the final ball of the over. The scoreboard was catching up. So 365 for 4, as you were really, to start the day. And Jordan Clark just trying to get himself loose. 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 56.
Well, something I've noticed this morning as well is Josh Blake's got the gloves. So Josh Blake's got the gloves on. Jamie Smith hasn't got the gloves on. Josh Blake is keeping this morning for Surrey. So Josh Blake has the gloves. Jamie Smith, just seeing where he is. He's sweeping on the cover boundary. So Josh Blake is keeping, and Jamie Smith is sweeping out on the cover boundary. He did yesterday get one on the end of the finger, if you remember. So it may be a precaution, and Josh Blake is a keeper. So Blake has the gloves this morning for Surrey. As here is Matt Fisher coming in from the Cooks. From all now, mix up. Mix up. If he hits, Lyth's gone, and he doesn't. Horrible mix up. Lyth was halfway down as Bairstow looked for a single. He sort of coaxed Lyth down the pitch towards him.
Yeah.
Fisher picked up, shied at the stumps, and I think if he'd hit, Lyth would have been run out. But it was a strange old piece of running between the wickets because Johnny Bairstow was sort of jumping up and down on the spot. So that's an opportunity first thing this morning for Surrey. It's tough for the bowler, turning and shying at the stumps. Over the wicket goes Fisher again to Bairstow. Bairstow's up on his toes, tucks this one out into the leg side. And they'll pick up a couple hits. Good running. Very good running from Lyth and Bairstow. So there were no problems with those 2 runs, but previous delivery, they sort of ended up looking at each other for a while.
Well, it was Johnny was in motion, wasn't he? So he went that half a stride. He's thinking probably yes, and then there's a moment where Adam Lyth, he's gone a third of the way down the pitch. By the time Johnny thinks no, he gets a couple more strides in.
Fisher in, and Bairstow looking to flick through the leg side, hits the pad, and that time there's a huge cry of no. from Bairstow. There was no doubt about that one. So yes, I wonder if that is because Jamie Smith took one on the end of his finger yesterday, and just as a precaution, Josh Blake is a keeper by trade, so just as a precaution, Blake has the gloves, and Jamie Smith is out there fielding. He's sweeping out on that cover boundary at the moment. Here's Jamie Smith. Bairstow stands with that bat raised high in the air. Fisher over the wicket to him, and Bairstow's forward. Just pops this one out into the offside. Up comes Sibley to do the fielding, and there's no run. At first slip, Thomas at second, Worrell down at long leg. Patel's at backward point, Jamie Smith sweeping on the cover rope. Don't panic, everybody, he's fine. You know, the dispatch is going round the world now that Jamie Smith isn't keeping wicket. Well, he's fine, he wouldn't be out there if he wasn't. But I think just as a precaution, Josh Blake has got the gloves. As Fisher, over the wicket he comes, and forward goes Bairstow, just pops this one back up the pitch. Jordan Clark does the fielding. Moving round to his left-hand side. Sean Abbott up there at mid-off. Wanders across to have a chat with Jordan Clark. Good crowd in again today. There was a good crowd yesterday. And it's a good crowd again this morning. Weather-wise, blue sky, cloud. It's not particularly warm. And there's a bit of watery sunshine about the place today. As Fisher is in to Bairstow, and Bairstow's picked him up, lofted him, and Jordan Clark takes the catch, diving forward at mid-on. And Bairstow goes first thing this morning. Jordan Clark hung in the air there and took the catch. The reason I paused was he took a divot out of the ground, and I thought for a moment that was the ball had slipped out of his hands, but he's taken it cleanly. Bairstow goes for 120. It's a fourth wicket for Matt Fisher. Surrey do have an early wicket this morning, but well played, Johnny Bairstow. Excellent innings yesterday, and he'll get a very, very warm round of applause as he makes his way back to the pavilion.
Yeah, 120 from 198 deliveries, 254 minutes out there in the middle, and he hit 16 fours and a 6, and he just got under it slightly, not dissimilar to Will Luxton's dismissal, although Will probably did pick his up a little better on its way to Dom Sibley at short straight mid-wicket. This one was dying a bit on Jordan Clark. He took a good catch, and as Churchy says, just for a moment you thought, is that the ball that's dropped on the deck? And it was, of course, a divot. Now, yesterday George Hill had pad rash for a long, long time. From the moment that Harry Brook was out at 9 minutes past 2, he'd have sat there with his pads on for the entirety of the remainder of the day, I would imagine, unless he decided to take them off later on and let a night watchman pad up. We'll never know. But he's walking out there now, and he started the season pretty well with the bat, George. Put in a couple of useful innings for his team so far. But that's the danger. Yorkshire supporters, anybody who's thinking about getting carried away because they were 362 for 4 overnight against Surrey. 1 wicket, 2 early wickets will put a very different slant on proceedings. And you know, the number 500 has been mentioned by Churchy this morning already, and I think that's what you've got to have in mind from here. So if you start to come up short, and if you start to come up well short of that in the 420s, something like that, you would think, you know, you've not got a bad score, but you could have had more. Jordan Clark bowling to Adam Lyth, short of length, and he runs that one down. The third man for a single. And he just keeps on going, doesn't he? He's been out there since the start of the Yorkshire innings, and he's on 140.
Yeah, that's what he does, isn't it? He's held this whole innings together, Adam Lyth. Partnership was worth 246. Very, very good partnership between Bairstow and Lyth. But an opportunity here for Surrey. As I say, they feel they let an opportunity slip yesterday. So they've got the door slightly open now. It was a good catch from Jordan Clark. He sort of hung in the air, didn't he?
Yeah. And here he is, having a bowl. George Hill with a little bit of a way drift about it. George solidly in behind and defending.
Sun's come out now. Very pleasant. So 3 slips in there for Hill. But Fisher a 4th wicket in the innings. He said he said he wasn't as nervous for this one as he was at Scarborough and the first game against Yorkshire back in South London. He said that he was very nervous about those 2 games, but he said it was lovely to be back here.
And that would suggest he'd completely settled in now, and Surrey is his club. As George Hill defends into his pad, and there is no run. Yeah, good to see. He's a good lad. During some of those periods where he's been unable to play, he's always been a willing participant in the combox. He did finals day with me down at Edgbaston in 22. Well, I say finals day. Yorkshire played 1 match in one finals day. But he always enjoyed that side of things as well. Jordan Clark in again. Well, wide of off stump, and George Hill leaving. It's going quite a way, as Churchy's just been indicating. Matthew Fisher, 4 for 75. If a well-known lager-producing company did days against your old team, then taking out an opener plus Root, Brook and Bairstow on the CV, that is a pretty good innings.
Yeah, he was very harsh on himself last night. I was awful, he said, with the second new ball.
Here comes Jordan Clark again, and George Hill leaving one wide of off stump. What's the
Dave Townsend's watching a Western.
Oh, right,
think,
you're watching
behind us. I think he's watching a Western.
You got
David
Roy
Townsend.
Rogers and Trigger on there or
yeah,
something.
he's catching up with his Westerns
John,
behind us.
I can just hear John Wayne walking. Get off your. Yeah. Get off your seat at the back of the box. So 368 for 5 and 1 delivery left in this 99th over, as it is, of the Yorkshire first innings. Wide of off stump, and George Hill leaves. So he's yet to get off the mark. Jordan Clark 1 for 57 now from 17 overs and a maiden. If anybody in our technical department next door is happening to be listening, if anybody's able to nip in and give us a full screen of the pictures, that would be helpful, because I can't find a mouse to be able to do that.
Ah, yes, a mouse.
I picked up the 2 remote controls and couldn't manage it.
I think they have to do it at their end.
Oh, do they? Right.
Yes,
okay.
yes. I think you're seeing their computer screen at the moment, because we're seeing all the comments coming in as well.
It's a little bit
which
small
is rather,
for my eyesight.
rather frightening, I have to say. As Matt Fisher will continue from the Howard stand end. As over the wicket comes Fisher to Lythe. Oh, Lythe drives, and that just stands up a touch.
Charlotte's sorting it.
Thank you, Charlotte. That just stood up. Fisher does have this delivery, which he can just make bounce a bit more. And that one just stood up a touch on Lythe, who was looking to drive. So we've got slip. Forward slip, really. Backward point. Leg slip. And those are the 4 close captures. Josh Blake with the gloves today for Surrey. It's Fisher. In over the wicket he comes, and that's left alone. And again, that just stands up a touch from Fisher.
She's done it as Charlotte. Thank you, Charlotte.
Brilliant from Charlotte there.
Charlotte, by the way, has got a degree in Russian. I'm not quite sure how that helps with sorting out the monitor, but I tell you what, I'm going to get myself a degree in Russian if that means I can, because I couldn't manage that. So well done, Charlotte. Thank you.
A degree in Russian. Oh dear. I do admire anybody who speaks another language, or I've always been a bit lazy on that. As in over the wicket comes Fisher, half a shout as Lythe's looking to turn that one into the leg side. I'm struggling enough with English half the time, so that's hurt Lythe. That hit him on the inside of the knee, I think. He goes for a little wander. Yeah, that's missed the edge of the pad. Oh, that will be painful for Adam Lythe. Right on the side of the knee. So yes, the crowd getting a bit of sun today. I walked in this morning from Leeds city centre. Very pleasant walk through Hyde Park this morning, past some of the lovely buildings as well. Lovely walk, actually. As in over the wicket comes Fisher. That's left alone by Lythe. Outside his off stump.
Did you manage to pop into Coffee on the Corner?
I'm going to do it tomorrow morning.
No,
it wasn't open as I walked past,
Okay.
yes. But I'm going to pop in and see the great man in the morning. because I would think he's busy on a Sunday morning with park runs and things like that.
Yeah.
I think. So, yeah, I'll pop in there. But yeah, they were sort of preparing for the day when I wandered past this morning, putting croissants and things in the window. As over the wicket once again is Fisher, and in behind this goes Lythe. It's been a good start from Surrey this morning here on Sports Extra 3. If you're just joining us, they have picked up the wicket of Johnny Bairstow for 120. Adam Lythe is 140 not out. George Hill's yet to get off the mark. They're 368 for 5. Yorkshire. Settles over his back again, does Adam Lythe. Fisher turns in front of the Howard stand. Comes in over the wicket, and this one's left alone again. Wide outside that off stump from Fisher. And it's the end of an over from Matt Fisher. 368 for 5. 10 overs left for bonus points. And Jordan Clark is going to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Annie Chavers tagged many people into a post on Facebook saying Happy County Cricket Day, everyone.
Oh yes,
Happy
it's County Cricket Day. County Cricket Day. Cricket Day.
So back to you, Annie. So 368 for 5 as Jordan Clark continues at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground with another delivery that offers to swing away from the right-hander that started on about leg stump, and George Hill plays it to mid-on, where Sean Abbott, unless somebody else is now wearing the floppy, did the fielding. It is, of course, also Eurovision Day.
Oh, is that tonight?
Tonight,
is it?
yeah.
Oh.
So I was asked yesterday morning, you know, in the build-up to the weekend by our morning presenter, Gail Lofthouse, could I come up with any Yorkshire Vision songs? As this is wide of off stump, just good leave by George Hill. Like you do, you get put on the spot with these things. I thought of Making Your Mind Day Up.
Oh, yeah. Was that Bucks
That got a tick, yeah.
Ah.
And just across the way is, of course, the well-known town between Leeds and Bradford of Pudsey. And there is a school there that I used to play, sport against back in the day, called Waterloo. So
yeah, that would work.
Pudsey Waterloo.
That would work.
Be another Eurovision
It's got a
song.
nice theme to it.
Yorkshire Vision song, I mean. In comes Clark, and that's run down to third man by George Hill. Did well there, got over the top of that because it did feel like it bounced a little more. And he's off the mark with a boundary. 372 for 5.
Yeah, he played it pretty well, didn't he? Soft hands and always going down. And that shot off to the third man boundary rope for 4.
So I know the sort of people who'll message in when I ask this, but if you do have any Yorkshire Vision Song Contest entries, and why not? Let's open it out to Surrey. If you've got any Surrey Vision Song Contest entries that you can think of, then by all means, we can have a bit of fun with that as the day goes on. As Clark comes in and bowls, and that's run down to third man again by George Hill, and he's going to get 4 more through the shadows of the Howard stand. Didn't quite travel as sweetly as the first one had. Jordan Clark stops at the end of his run with a double teapot, as if he thought, well, fair enough with the first one, but he felt maybe like he was more in the game with that delivery.
Yeah, that one he didn't look completely in control of. Hill, that was a bit edgy. So they're going to have a third man. They've got 3 slips. But he sort of played, that one bounced a touch more on him, I think. He's got a couple of boundaries to get himself started.
Here's Clark again. Similar sort of delivery, but not as short this time. And George leaving that one wide of off stump. Good morning to Charlie Hall, who's telling me not to give up my day job. Save all your snogging for me, apparently. I'm not sure that is...
Have we got is there a British entry in this year's Eurovision?
Yeah,
Oh, there is.
It's
there?
a guy with a lot of computers that's
What?
singing in German. Eins, zwei, drei or something like that. As Clark bowls, and this is straighter, that's more like it. And George Hill has to be content with defending. But 2 boundaries in the over for him. He's getting going with 8 and 376 for 5 after 101 overs. 24 needed for another batting point. They have 9 overs in which to get them.
Yep, and it's going to be Fisher to continue. It's a nice day now. Blue sky, sun's out. It's not particularly warm, but at least it's dry. That's the most important thing.
How much is that Yorkshire Terrier in the window?
Well, there is that one as well. As here is Fisher, and live, looking to turn this leg side. Gets a bit of a leading edge on it, and it potters out towards extra cover. Worrell is getting himself warmed up. Dan Worrell. It's all come round quite quickly. It's FA Cup final day today as well, isn't it? So it's the FA Cup final today.
Yeah.
All comes round very quickly.
See, that's changed, hasn't it? You just said to me it's the FA Cup final, and that had not really...
No, I it hadn't registered for me, to be honest, until I saw a paper this morning. As Fisher, over the wicket he goes, and Lythe turns this one into the leg side. It's picked up by Jordan Clark in there at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And that's always nostalgic, isn't it? Because you remember growing up when it was only on the Beeb and ITV, and you'd be on the coach with the players, and that felt special at the time.
It was a big, big day.
There'd be a penalty shootout involving Bruce Forsyth and Jimmy Tarbuck, something like that.
Well, I was mentioning it was the Leeds Arsenal final where Brucey ran out on his own with a ball.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, dribbled it, put it into the back of an empty net.
Oh
climbed.
No, that was. No, I'm not going to. I thought it was Liverpool Newcastle, that one.
No, I'm not too sure. But anyway, then climbed up on a stage, said, "Nice to see you, nice," and everyone sang "Nice one, Brucey."
Yeah.
And that was the pre-match
100,000
entertainment.
people, yeah.
It was great. As Adam Lythe's changed his bat here, as Fisher is into him, and he's pushing this one into the offside, and he'll get a single. Well, Adam Lythe, he'll move on to 141, and it's the first opportunity for Fisher to have a bowl at George Hill.
Richard Mallender offers making your Lythe up.
Does that work?
I'll let you be the judge. You're not a Yorkie.
Oh, I see where he's gone with it. Definitely. So George Hill takes his guard. First time he's faced Matt Fisher. Right-handed George Hill. As Fisher is over the wicket to him. And he's just digging this one out off his toes into the leg. So we'll want 2 here and should get 2, will get 2. Dan Lawrence has had to come all the way around from deep mid-wicket. So they pick up a couple of runs. Hill moves on to 10, 379 for 5. But yeah, it's blue sky, bit of cloud. As I say, it was a lovely walk in this morning. Might not be as much fun back because a lot of it's uphill. But it was good going downhill this morning. Fisher's in. Hill's forward. Plays this one out into the offside.
I thought it fairly flat, really, that sort of route.
I think that the bit through Hyde Park, that road, sort of, I'll have to climb up that.
Yeah, on the rise up towards the university.
Yeah, but other than that, and some of the university buildings are spectacular, aren't they? Gorgeous. Waits again. Over his bat does Hill. Over the wicket goes Fisher to him, and Hill's letting this one go outside his off stump. End of the over, 379 for 5. Then Lythe 141, Hill 10. And the man to go this morning, Johnny Bairstow, caught by Jordan Clark up at mid-on, a flying Jordan Clark off the bowling of Matt Fisher. Bairstow going for 120. You could see how much that 100 meant to Bairstow yesterday, though. You know, first one as captain in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that you sort of have a conversation with Johnny about, but it seems, if you like, apparent that there's something in him that he needs those, the big games. Oh, Adam Lythe has gone.
great ball.
It was a beauty from Jordan Clark, angled in towards him, and he got nowhere really, did he, to play the shot. He's absolutely disgusted with himself, Adam Lythe, and looks up at the skies in disgust. But that's a good delivery by Jordan Clark, and a sharp chance as well taken by Rory Burns at slip. George Hill gives Adam Lythe a pat on the back, and he deserves one as well after that innings. But unfortunately, Yorkshire have gone just 25 minutes this morning, losing both their players who got a ton yesterday. Adam Lythe, 141, 460 minutes, 304 deliveries and 21 fours. All good things come to an end, and this innings has to, but it's his first 100 of the season. His third against Surrey, and he's going to be able to go away and have a think about that now. And when he does, when he gets over the initial disappointment of the dismissal, then I'm sure that he will look back on a very, very good knock indeed. He was dropped on 31, but he made him pay.
Yeah, you could see how disappointed he was. I think he probably thinks he could have left that. But it was a nice bit of bowling from Jordan Clark. Just got it to bounce a touch. Good catch from Rory Burns, who immediately pointed down to Ryan Patel, as if to say, well, we've got him. Because, of course, Ryan Patel put Adam Lythe down on 31 yesterday, so Ryan Patel will feel a lot happier now as well. So out comes Dom Bess to the middle. Saw Mr. Bess last night, actually. He came out to do the interview last night, D. Bess. Very nice to see him.
Yeah, I would have thought probably the two not out batters overnight. Just thought, well, we'll wait till we're done. Often that's the case, although I'm not sure what Johnny's feelings are on that, but Adam generally would be quite happy to come out and talk in mid-innings.
It was nice to see D. Bess.
Always got something to say, Dom.
Yeah, he's a smashing lad. He's settled in here really well, hasn't he, at Yorkshire?
Yeah,
He loves the place, yeah. What's he been, like 4 years, is it?
Oh, no, longer
More
than
than that now.
Yeah. He came on loan in 2019, and he's pretty much never gone back, really. He did go back because he was contracted there, but then Yorkshire signed him, I think, for the 21 season. So this is season 6 as a permanent signing. That one jags quite sharply away from him first up. He did just hang the bat out for a moment. So Jordan Clark getting some reward now, 2 for 65, 18 overs and more. And one of those has been a maiden. And that, I suppose, is just a comment really on the fact that Yorkshire have been able to turn over the strike for much of yesterday, and we're scoring at a pretty healthy rate. It was going on for 4 the back end of yesterday. It dropped off slightly this morning. Clark goes short. Bess tries to get under that. He takes on the pull, but doesn't execute it to any great degree, and it's through to the gloves of Josh Blake.
It's a good take from Josh Blake, this, because that swung as it's getting to him. It's gone up. That was a really good bit of keeping. Surrey picked up a second bowling point as well. They've got that 6th wicket inside the 110 overs.
Clark in again. Bess back and across. Ooh. And then half forward.
This is a lovely over from Jordan Clark. He's got the wicket alive, and then he's making life very difficult early on here for Dom Bess. Good stuff this from Jordan Clark this morning.
Dom, as usual, has made some contributions with the bat so far this season. He's had 1 first-class 100 for Yorkshire on this ground. He's had another one elsewhere. And he's turning this delivery square on the onside to get himself off the mark with a single.
Yep. And feel a bit better about everything now, Dom Bess. Got that first run under his belt today.
So half an hour in. Do a change in the box and bring in the old boy. 380 for 6, George Hill on 10, Don Bess on the 1, Johnny Bairstow for 120 and Adam Lyth for 141. The 2 wickets to have fallen this morning. Give Churchy a breather, and that is dropped into the leg side by George Hill, fielded there by Ryan Patel, who's immediately going to dash off the field of play by the looks of things. In fact, it wasn't Ryan Patel, but whoever it was is dashing off the field. So 380 for 6, Hill on 10, Bess on 1. 7 overs to get 20 more runs for another batting point. I suspect they'll just play what's in front of them and hope to naturally accumulate those. Good morning, David Townsend.
Good morning, Jonathan, and good morning, listeners. Glad to be back on the mic officially for the first time this morning.
You are official now.
Not just the odd guest appearance.
Official and officious.
Yeah, so doing this end is that start of a new over from Fisher, eased away down to fine leg for a single. So both the overnight Centurions are gone in that first half an hour or so, and so you'll be very happy to see the back of them. Two can certainly bat though.
Welcoming listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Yorkshire 381 for 6, still in their first innings, but have lost Johnny Bairstow and Adam Lyth this morning for 120 and 141 respectively.
Fisher bowls again and defended into the onside by Hill. So Yorkshire, as you say, they're looking for that 4th batting point. Been a rare commodity this year, batting points for Yorkshire.
Yeah. 6, 3 of them in this match, and 3 against Sussex here. That's that.
Not a great haul, is it? Fisher again bowls, and big appeal for LBW. He's looking for that 5th wicket, and well, obviously we're not in a position to tell here at a very fine leg, but Fisher certainly thought it was worth a shout. Might have a look at that one on the replay. Going down maybe. Certainly worth a shout, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Score remains then on 381 for 6. They'll have to really put their foot on the gas too much to get to that 4th point. Fisher bowls again, and that's driven nicely up to mid-off by Hill, but he's not going to get a run there. Lyth looked particularly disappointed, didn't he, as he trudged off. Probably as disappointed as a man who scored 141 could look.
Yeah.
He certainly done very well indeed. Batted throughout the day yesterday. Here comes Fisher again, bowls, and that's whipped away probably off the pad. It's gone slowly towards deep backward square, long leg. Yep. Umpire raises a leg, and the scoreboard moves on by 1 run, but Hill remains on 10.
Mark Woods, with regard to Yorkshire Vision, says very loosely, as Yorkshire have got 3 batting points, congratulations.
Fisher bowls outside the off stump, and that's allowed to go through by Bess. That's the end of Fisher's over. He'll probably have at least one more, probably a couple more. He'll be after that 5, which be well deserved, really.
Martin Bloomfield, who's never backward at coming forward with his responses. Morning, Martin. Says the Freen Green Grassington of Home Firth. Her name was Low Moore and Keithley Greasemeat.
Well, I'm sure that means something to you and many of the Yorkshire listeners, Dwight.
Clark in, and that is run down to third man by George Hill, who loses footing at the end of the run, so he's not going to get back for a second. Edward says, how about Suppit on the wing? Suppose cricketing Eurovision could be just out rather than shout.
Yeah.
So Hill on 11 with that single, 383 for 6. And Clark bowls to Bess, who drives. And is fielded there at mid-off by a tumbling Dan Worrell.
We used to take Eurovision quite seriously, didn't we? Now,
We didn't until we realised that
was
we're
it
never
Terry
gonna win it
Wogan
again.
that started it?
Yeah.
Began the sort of gentle humour of Woganers.
Jordan Clark making his way in again, past umpire Michael Goff, who's standing at his Kirkstall Lane end, and signals no ball. So Surrey have given Yorkshire quite a lot of runs in no balls in this match. Who knows how close it might get come the end, but that's 20 in no balls now.
No real excuse these days, is there?
43 extras. No.
No discernible hill to run down as there used to be at this end.
Clark in again. Bess gets a ball short of length and punches it to Dom Sibley, who's at square cover. Again, no run. It may be a few people shy of yesterday's attendance figure. Saturdays tend to be quieter here. A lot of other sport going on, and club cricket as well. But it's still the best Saturday, I'd say, that I've seen for quite some time on the ground. So good to see people turning up in numbers to watch some good cricket. Clark in again, it's short, and Bess ducks out of the way of it. Jordan Clark 2 for 69. One of the players for Surrey is just jogging round the boundary edge. It looks as though it might be Matthew Fisher in the distance who's getting a change of boots, which might signal just that he's getting a change of boots, or it might be that it's the end of a spell, perhaps. Here's Clark. Bess plays that nicely off the hip. Square on the leg side. Jamie Smith with the fielding. They get a single. It's still a little bit chilly, DT, out there for the time of year.
And how do we know that, Dodgy? Because all the colour, the jackets and everything are on, and it's all the crowd are all got darker colours on, dark blue, blacks on.
For some strange reason, we've got two windows open in the comm box. Driven there through the gap by George Hill. Lovely shot by George. Shot of the morning so far. Bit of width from Jordan Clark. And Hill latched onto that. Takes his score to 15. 390 for 6.
You can always tell that with even if we were enclosed here. You just look at the colour of the clothing of the crowd, and it gets hotter. The clothing lightens up. You see lighter colours out there. It's a rule of thumb.
Except for you, it's always a navy blue.
Well, yeah, it was a sort of dark blue on here
Dark
today.
blue. Fisherman's sweater sometimes for DT, the Gansey. Charlie Hall says, I know you like your classical music, JD, so you'll really enjoy the Finnish entry, which is a definite contender and my tip to win tonight. I've not heard that, I don't think. Don't mind a bit of classical music.
Fisher, who, whether he's changed his boots or or what he's done down there. Maybe he has a change of boots halfway through a spell. Who knows? He's not out of the attack yet, and we're in that fifth wicket.
Only last night, just I was up at a local church event where they did classical ABBA. They played an hour's worth of ABBA with violins and a cello.
Oh, that next delivery, a cracker from Fisher that pitches, leaves Bess and is taken by the keeper. You enjoyed that? You like a bit of classical music?
It was really good, actually. I mean, I've never been musical in the playing it sense, never had time. But the two violinists were excellent, and the cellist, the two women were the violinists and the fellow was the cellist, and they combined brilliantly, yeah. And so I hear that music that you know really well, played in a different way. It's superb, yeah.
Fisher bowls, and that's pulled away by Bess, square at the wicket. He's going to pick up at least a couple. He's going to pick up all four as it pops up over the road. Down to the east side of the ground, the longer boundary over to the east side. Yet people still sitting there, don't they? You'd think that they were crowd a very long way from the action there. You'd think they were down more in front of us, or if they're not members, over.
Yeah.
Find another seat somewhere.
Just climbed on him a bit, didn't he? I think he felt like he'd got that more than halfway up the bat. Certainly didn't middle it, did he?
So Fisher bowls again and defended just wide of mid-wicket. That one's not going to get to the boundary. It was going to pick him up a couple of runs. They fancy a third. Young legs out there, but decide against it.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence doing the fielding.
6-3 field, and the ball does seem to be heading into the onside. Far too regularly. Fisher's liking. 3 saving 1. There's a third man and a couple of slips. That's the offside field as Fisher bowls to Bess. Bess looks for the drive. Doesn't make contact. Through to the keeper. No run to be had there.
Neil Fletcher, Scarborough chairman, has messaged in to say shorts and t-shirt weather at Scarbados for the Yorkshire women, who are in action today against Warwickshire. They won the toss and are batting first, 99 for 2. Loz is out, Lauren Winfield Hill, skipper for 2. Georgie Boyce has gone for 37, but Jess Jonathan yet again. It's inevitable, isn't it, really, with her 47 not out, Sturkallis not out 3.
Fisher bowls and push to short extra cover. Is that 50 over game?
50 over game, yeah. They've been playing pretty well, but not seeing some of the games through. They're just, the 50 over thing clearly looks like it's a bit of a challenge. I've not managed to get to that many games because of covering the men, but I've been keeping up to date with it on the streams. Jess Jonathan, she's a class player, both with bat and ball, performing in just about every match, which, as we know, getting that consistency is what everybody's aiming for. She's doing a brilliant job. Looks like she's on the verge of another half century. England women, of course, against New Zealand today as well, although they're around about toss-up time because there's a delay to the start of play down in Cardiff. Surrey women also in action today. They're playing Lancashire at the Oval, and Lancs are 73 for 3. Beautiful drive down the ground by George Hill. Jordan Clark over pitching, and I said when Churchy was on, when George walked out to bat, that he has been playing better again this year. He's had 2 or 3 seasons where something, he's had some innings of substance, but not maybe the consistency he had when he first came into the side. But there's a different feel about his play this year, and there was a really good case in point, cracking shot. The batting point, the 4th batting point, has now been earned, and then on the very next ball, George has a flash at one that's short and wide of off stump. Go figure.
Yeah, and off balance as well, wasn't it? It wasn't as though he'd sort of got his back leg over there and was playing a genuine square cut. It was just waved at it, really, didn't he? Got away with it. A fourth batting point, Dodgy.
Yeah, the lesser spotted.
Luxury.
Aye. Who'd have thunk it? Clark is in, it's wide of off stump and George Hill leaves. Yeah, this is, I mean, nobody around is going to knock this at all, are they? Because that's what Yorkshire supporters want to see. But the head scratcher of getting your first time you get 4 batting points in the season is against, a good bowling attack like Surrey's. It just shows you what they are capable of doing, and that they haven't managed to do it previously this season. Lovely shot by George Hill again, and a good piece of fielding, a diving stop at mid-on, prevents the boundary. George now on to 19, in fact 20 I should say, 401 for 6. Don Bess is going to retake his guard. I'll give you some scores as well from around the county championship matches. Get you up to date with the 2 women's games that concern this county, or these counties. And of course England women, but another dot ball there. Leicestershire all out for 333 and have started well with the ball. They've got Essex 33 for 3 down at Chelmsford.
A lot of threes there.
3-3-3, 3-3. I wish Richie had done that.
Well,
bit of fun with that.
Well, it's
33 and 33 for 3.
An old stalwart of the Canterbury press box, Dudley Moore. He always used to 33 for free.
After they got 333. Jordan Clark bowling, and that's flicked off the legs by Bess. And Jamie Smithfield, they get a single to complete the over at 402 for 6. So whizzing round the other grounds in Div 2 at Bristol. Gloucestershire 154 all out, Northamptonshire 46 for 4. In the same division, Middlesex 177 all out, Derbyshire also facing a challenge. They're 131 for 5. No play before lunch at Southport, where Lancashire remained 28 without losses. They were overnight in response to Worcestershire 270. And they're playing at Beckenham, where Kent are 430 for 7 against Durham. And Glamorgan 354 for 9 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, still the first innings of that match.
Start of a new over and a very well controlled shot there by Bess. He's just he's hooked it, but he's hooked it without ever really launching into it. He's just helped it around the corner, bisecting the 2 fielders.
Yeah, that was, I think, maybe more of what he was trying to play when he played the boundary in the last over that he didn't fully get hold of, but this time watched it well and was quicker into position. Somerset 350 for 5 against Sussex at Taunton, still the first innings of that match as well. And Hampshire 189 for 8 against the champions Nottinghamshire at Southampton. There is rain, by the way, at Taunton, so they're not playing there at this moment in time in the Somerset-Sussex match.
Fisher bowls, and there's going to be a leg by here as Bess looks to play that into the onside. Just pops up towards the umpire, nobody in close. So they go through comfortably.
And there is rain as well in that Gloucestershire-Northamptonshire match. Not sure if I mentioned that or not, but there is rain there, so they're not on the field at the moment. Northampton's 46 for 4 when they get back on.
So is that it?
New Zealand women have won the toss and decided to bowl first against England at Sophia Gardens. And Yorkshire women are now 103 for 3 because Stir Callis has gone.
Next delivery is, well, it's gone for a couple of runs down to third man. Good diving stop, but he wasn't really in control of that Hill. He got up on his toes and played it down past second slip, but not the most convincing shot he's played this morning. Score moves on to 409 for 6. Hill on to 22. So after those 2 Centurions departed, these two just rebuilding again a little. I think Yorkshire will be looking certainly to 450, possibly near 500. Fisher bowls, and Hill allows that one to pass through outside the off stump. Here's a thought for you, Doidgy. You might be able to answer this one for me.
I wait with bated breath.
I just wondered why, apart from getting out, why Lythy looked so disappointed as he walked off. Has he ever scored a double century at Headingley? Just wondered whether he's ever done that, and that one might be still on his cricketing bucket list, so to speak.
We'll have a look at that. Can't.
Just a thought. Fisher bowls and pushed to square the wicket. No run. 39 later this year is the stalwart Yorkshire opener. Great servant for Yorkshire, and a brief test career. Some say probably should have played a few more tests than he did. Most of your innings are against Australia. It's ball nicely driven wide of mid-off by Hill. He gets a single there. I mean, most of your innings are against Australia. It's perhaps not a sign that it's difficult, isn't it? So back in the 80s, Churchy's sitting up on his high chair over there. Back in the 80s, Churchy, when they used to get thrown in against the West Indies, and you play 6 tests against the West Indies and he'd be averaging 25 or something, that'd be a good average. But there you go. Have you found it, Doidgy?
No, not yet. I can't think of one, but then I couldn't think of Joe Root's 213 here in terms of his actual number yesterday, much to Liam's disappointment.
I mean, nobody likes getting out, but obviously there just looked to be a little bit something more in it, didn't it, as he walked off?
Yeah, I'm just going to go on the Cricket Archive and have a look. I never quite know with the Cricket Archive whether if I put the score range in, I'm asking for the team's score or the individual score. Dan Worrell, anyway, at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground for the first time this morning. He's bowling one wide of George Hill's off stump, and George decides to leave. So
410 for 6.
To have a look for 200 pluses, and yeah, he's brought up all the team scores that he's played in here that have gone 200 plus, which is a lot, as you might imagine, after 250 odd first class matches. So as far as the individual
even this
goes,
season, yeah.
Here is Worrell again. It's wide of off stump and Hill leaves. Let's try a different route. Go again.
No good. 410 for 6. Wish I hadn't brought it up now.
Yeah. No, there might have been. I reckon he might have got one here in championship winning year, actually. That's coming back to me as George Hill punches one backward of point as a third man down there. He's round to field, Dan Lawrence, and they get a single. If only the memory was that good.
I'm sure you'd have seen it wherever it was.
Just trying a different search method. Here we go. No, so in home games.
What about Lythe's
with
record?
A score range of 200 to 300, which would bring a double century into play here. Can't get anything. The 4 double centuries that are listed. Worrell bowls and Bess has a little flick at that and misses out. So he got 248 against Leicestershire. That was his first double century in 2012.
Where was that?
Just trying to get a response from the laptop. That was at Grace Road.
Oh.
He's 251 against Lancashire at Old Trafford, which is the one that always stands out in the memory. Was at Old Trafford. He got 230 against Northants. That was at Northampton. And he got 202 against today's opponents at the Oval. So he's never had a double century at Headingley in first-class cricket. Good spot, as that's turned square on the leg side by Bess, and they get through for a single.
By the sound of it, hasn't scored one at home either. Hasn't got one at Scarborough. That would have been something to look forward to next month, maybe. The Warwickshire's attack is a pretty strong one, isn't it?
His last double century is 10 years ago, July 2016.
Yeah.
Time's a good time to score a double century, but celebrate 10th anniversary with another one. George Hill celebrates playing a good shot with a nice punch just in front of square on the offside. Dan Worrell just not finding the range there, banged that in too short and wide, and George took advantage. So 24 to him, 15 to Dom. Best partnership already with 37 since Adam Lyth went at 25 past 11. And just over half an hour on, they are 416 for 6.
As our good friend and former Yorkshire coach would say, those 200's not easy to score, you know. Jason Gillespie. He's 200 not out as a night watchman. I don't think that'll ever be repeated. Or ever matched. Sean Abbott into the attack now after excellent first hour or so from Matthew Fisher. Didn't pick up that 5th wicket. So Lythy's still got another couple of seasons, at least. I should imagine he'll keep himself fit and just likes batting, doesn't he? So it's Abbott in bowling, and that's pushed offside, and there's a no run by Dominic Bess.
I like the fact that George and Dom have come in out and just kind of taken their time to get themselves in and kind of gone out there on the understanding that this is a decent pitch, DT. You know, and if you just bat some time, you'll pick things up and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I think so. It's a good day for batting. That ball's short and punched away through the covers for 4 by Bess.
Yeah, too short and wide again. I think it's definitely one of those pitches where the margin for error is not great. And if you're straight, you're going to go.
Yeah, that was short, slightly outside off stump, through the covers. Only 2 fielders there, to be fair. He'd have been a little bit annoyed if he'd have picked one of them out.
You've got 4 balls, Dom, to get 30 runs for the extra batting point. Maybe he fancies a no ball going for 6 and then a few more.
Stop it. Oh, it could be a wide. It's gone for 4. That one's way down the leg side. And Jamie Smith, he's giving it his pies. Jamie Smith won't be happy about that. He's got a bit of a glove on it.
Jamie Smith won't be happy about that because he's not keeping.
Ah.
Well, he might be happier than he would be if he was keeping, actually. It's Josh Blake who's taking the gloves off him this morning.
Thank you. Oh, that could well be because he damaged his hand yesterday, didn't he? Taking that one down the leg side.
You can't hear a word we say, I don't think, Churchy, now.
All is
I think that's
pushed
more
up
to the
mid-on,
point.
and there's no run. Did you say that in your first little stint?
Yes, we did.
You
yes,
did, okay.
Yeah, when you were at the back of the box. It was fully audible to all but you. Yeah. If you want to give up the headset for a moment, we'll bring Churchy back in and then you can swap over here because it's time for me to disappear in a mo. If anybody has... I'll just finish these couple of deliveries off as Abbott's in and Best turns that off the leg. There was a hesitation for a sec, but they've got through for a single. I think
The good news is David Townsend tells me that once he puts the headphones on, he can hear everything perfectly. It's when he hasn't got the headphones on that he's struggling to hear anything.
It'd be interesting seeing him walking around with permanent headphones on, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I think we should call in a doctor. If there's a doctor in the house, please make your way to the commentary box and can you give DT's ears a good syringing, please, or bring some olive oil and we'll pour that down. Final ball of the over, and Abbott bowls to Hill. It's down the leg side. There is no run, so 4:25 for 6, at precisely midday. I shall leave you with DT and first of all Churchy.
Thank you, Jonathan Deutsch. So yes, Hill and Bess just settling into this now. Partnership's worth 46. Surrey had opened the door, but they're just beginning to close that door again now. 4:25 for 6. Bairstow going this morning for 120. Lythe going for 141. David Townsend, good afternoon to you.
A very good afternoon, Mark Church.
You sat down and the sun came out. I don't know if there's any correlation to that or not. Here's Worrell coming in from the Kirkstall Lane end, and that's just clipped away very nicely by Don Bess off his pads. And away to the boundary rope for 4. So, Warren and Abbott haven't really settled yet this morning. And that's the 50 partnership as well. Good crowd in again today, David. Good crowd.
Yeah, I mean, these are two of the best supported sides in county cricket in Division 1 at the moment. Not a bad day for watching.
It's a nice day, actually, now. As this one's left alone outside the off stump. A bit wide from Dan Worrell. That's having nothing to do with that whatsoever.
And if you like your first-class cricket, and you're a Yorkshire member, they only play, they play 5 four-day matches here, so there are not that many Saturdays during the summer when you can pop along and
Have a watch.
Fill the thermos up. Do people still have thermos?
Yes, they do, yeah. They're very good. Keep your coffee warm or your soup. As over the wicket comes Worrell, and that's beating the edge. That's a good line from Dan Worrell. Bess has just had a fiddle with that one outside his off stump and then rehearses letting the ball go. Just went away from him. Lovely piece of bowling from Dan Worrell.
I would imagine the technology has improved a lot on thermoses since we were.
But I think it's still the same system.
Yeah, but a little keeps it warm a bit longer.
Probably might
worked
do.
out a few of
the kinks in it. Over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and that one's left alone by Bess this time as it climbs into the gloves of Josh Blake. I think
so there's nothing worse than going to the cricket, was there, back in the day, and you open your thermos up at lunchtime and the coffee or the tea is sort of like, well,
lukewarm.
Warmish.
Or what's worse than that is if you haven't screwed the top on properly and it's all over your bag. That's worse. And everything's sloshing around at the bottom of your bag.
Yeah, but that's your fault, isn't it?
Yes, well, it is your fault rather than technology. As over the wicket goes Worrell. That's left alone by Bess. It's very well taken by Josh Blake on the half volley. Away to his right-hand side.
So when you used to go to a test match or used to go to watch Surrey playing or whatever, do you take a little pack of sandwiches along?
Yeah, Mum used to make my sandwiches for me. Cheese and pickle every time.
Oh, cheese and pickle.
Yes, and what I liked was when they were wrapped in the cellophane and it was a warm day, so when you open them up, the cheese had melted a bit and the pickle was quite warm.
Well, how warm was it?
As forward goes Bess, plays this one out into the offside and there's no run.
You can't melt cheese at 30 degrees centigrade.
Oh, no,
25 degrees centigrade.
They warmed up, definitely. And then a sausage roll as well. Liked a sausage roll. Yeah.
What I used to like was cucumber and tomato sliced.
Very nice.
With a little bit of salad cream.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, very nice. I think you can still get salad cream.
They all sort of go squidgy.
Yeah, I think you can still get salad cream, David.
Nice.
in most good supermarkets.
It's a bit like mayonnaise, isn't it?
Yeah, we
Same-
can still
same-
get
same
that.
sort of
You can
thing,
still get mayonnaise as well in certain establishments.
Yeah, so
Next time you're eating in a restaurant, you should ask for some mayonnaise and salad cream. I'm sure they'll have some.
4:29 for 6. Running uphill. He's big shout for LBW there. As Abbott strikes the front pad of George Hill as he looks to play that in the onside. Interesting field position here, a little variation. Leg slip gone into place. And looks like the skipper just went over and moved him slightly, didn't
Yeah, well, you see this more and more now. Leg slips in play.
he? Again, it's a nostalgic morning. You always used to have a leg slip in the old days.
Yeah.
Next,
In the good old days. And do you know what? That leg slip used to come off at lunchtime, and there'd be that old fabled salad cream with his salad. Back in the good old days, David.
I seem to remember Tom Graveney used to field at leg slip for some reason.
Now you see it more and more
Timber
now.
Distance pass. Yeah, well, it's a good tactic because they like to just
Flick off the hip.
That little flick off the
Yeah.
hip. Yeah. Abbott turns. Sort of measured approach. Bowles puts a lot of effort in and pulls that one down the leg side. Hill has a little flick at it. Leg slip was interested. The keeper has got across.
It's just got to be.
Diving stop.
At times, it's almost involuntary, isn't it? That shot. You just see it and you flick it. But he's got to be aware that Thomas is lurking, and Best just wandered down there to Hill. Hill knows Thomas is there.
Oh, yes. So Abbott bowls again, and that's just worked backward a square on the offside for a single.
You've got a good commute in, haven't you, for this game? You've got a good commute in for this game, not far.
Oh, Butler's Hotel just round the back. Butler's Boundary. It used to be 2 hotels, but they sort of merged into one now, knocked through a little bit, and it wouldn't do for you.
Why?
Wouldn't do for you. 2-star at best.
Well, that's 1 star more than normal.
Abbott bowls this time to Best and beats him outside the off stump. No run, but as the name would suggest, actually they've got a couple of upstairs bedrooms there. One's called the umpire's room.
Lovely.
One's called the captain's room.
Lovely, I like that. I do like that.
It's a name, and you can actually see part of the outfield. If you look at it, you can't actually see the pitch.
Right. Very nice. Are you in the captain's room, are you?
No. I'm in the posh side.
Oh, yes.
Next to me from Abbott is howls from Abbott because that was taken probably off middle and leg by Bess and worked down to long leg there. I think the umpire's finger might have been in action had he not got a bit of bat on that one.
En suite.
Yes,
Yeah,
en
lovely,
suite, en
lovely.
suite. It's one of those sort of temperamental showers. That's,
Got a mind of its own.
well, technology's moved on with showers these days.
It
as well,
certainly
hasn't
has. It certainly has. Well, there is all sorts of showers these days, David.
But very, very good. Very, very
Excellent.
friendly hotel. And I've been staying there for a while and know the guy that owns it.
Over the wicket then is Worrell, and this is a good-looking shot by Bess. Doesn't really time it. The on drive, and round comes Jordan Clark to do the retrieval work. He's looking at the ball now. Here's Jordan Clark, as is Sean Abbott.
I mean, you obviously staying in your 5-star palatial place, and that's
Very nice.
That's
It's very
very,
nice.
very
Very
nice. as
nice.
well.
Very nice.
But you don't get that sort of personal touch of wandering downstairs and asking Monica if you can have some more milk.
Here comes Worrell, and forward goes Bess. Are we allowed to ask who Monica is? She's the owner of the hotel?
She's been there a long while. She's an East European. I think she's Polish.
Right.
and have a little chat with her. And she's very friendly,
Lovely.
and she does the overnight shift.
Oh,
which, you know,
right.
you just
Right,
see-
right.
So you sort of
In case you need anything.
you have a little look and think, you know, need a bit of milk for the morning. I'll go down and see Monica.
Very good. As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell. Oh, that's a good one. That beats the edge of Bess's bat. This is good from Worrell. Bess is annoyed with himself for playing at that again. But that went very late from Worrell. I tell you, Josh Blake's kept beautifully this morning. It's not been straightforward. The ball's been dipping on him and going up. He's kept very nicely. He's a keeper by trade, so it's nothing new to him. But that ball is wobbling after it goes past the bat. As Worrell comes in over the wicket once again. And forward goes Bess, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Good breakfast, is there?
Well, you
buffet?
breakfast extra,
Extra, is it? Extra.
And maybe you save £2 if you book it when you.
Oh, I see. When
in
book it in
advance,
advance.
yeah,
Very good. Very good. Monica makes the breakfast as well, or?
I'm not sure. I never
No.
had one.
As waiting over his bat is Bess. Worrell is into it. And Bess drives and he beats the edge again. He's living dangerously here, Don Bess. What he's trying to do is get Worrell off that length. But that went
That shot there,
away
he
again.
started to drive at it, didn't he? And then tried to stop himself. So it ended up as a sort of push in the
Yeah.
end. You could see he was sort of halfway through the shot and thought, oh no, I don't want to do this. And went to pull out of it.
Good stuff, this from Worrell. It's just the sun's gone in for the time being. As Worrell over the wicket he goes again to Bess, who's driving, doesn't really time this. Abbott does the fielding, so very good over that from Dan Worrell. 4:31 for 6 Yorkshire, so bonus points are done and dusted. Get those all in the first 110 overs, of course. So a couple of bowling points for Surrey. Batting points for Yorkshire.
Now here's a question for
Yes.
you. You mentioned there's a decent crowd, and we're sure it is. Well, where would you, if you were a spectator, where would you sit and watch from today?
Well, I always quite like to get as close to behind the bowler's arm as I
Right.
can. Although saying that, I quite like being square on sometimes.
It starts a new over, and that's a flash through second, third slip by Hill. It brings him a boundary, but not his most convincing shot.
I think you always get a bit more of a judge of the pace of the bowler from square on,
Oh,
don't
yes,
you?
You do.
So I quite like, if I were here today spectating, I think I might start the morning below where we are now, and then slowly make my way to square of the wicket this afternoon.
But the only square of the wicket at the moment you can sit in is the east stump, which is a long way from the action. Abbott bowls again to Hill and beats him outside the off stump. And seem to be bowling in better areas today.
Those famous areas. Now that's a lovely delivery, isn't it, from Sean Abbott? But, these two have now added 56. Valuable runs for Yorkshire, these.
But turns. Slips go down. It's driven up to mid-on by Hill. Doesn't get a run there.
So your hotel is just outside the ground, is it?
Literally outside the
Yeah.
road, Cardigan Road. It's. Trying to remember my bearings now. It's over there. It's just literally over there.
It doesn't
If you come
work
out-
on radio, you pointing out the window.
Literally over
It's
there.
just
that
over
way,
there.
it's over that way.
Great.
Needs subtitles. Abbott bowls. And that's driven past, well, between backward point and slip down to third man, thickish edge, really.
So we're up in the pavilion,
Where
and to our left is the eastern.
well, where the if that very big impressive scoreboard wasn't there, I think you'd probably see more of the play.
Right.
You see the back of there, we was behind that. So
Right.
it is very close.
Very close. Nice stroll in the morning for you.
Oh, definitely.
Very good.
Pop into Ugly Mugs and have a bacon side.
Yes,
maybe.
I had a coffee there this morning.
Abbott bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-on. No run. There's something quite sort of reassuring about coming back to Headingley each year. Nothing much has changed,
No.
you know, and the Ugly Mugs is still there, although keeps talking about selling it but never does.
No.
The owner. And the old boundaries staying there. We probably stayed 40 years ago. Next delivery from Abbott. It's tempted Yorker, dug out by Bess up to mid-on.
I
It's
think
probably
it-
the same carpets they had 40 years ago.
Well, what I think's lovely though is when you come in through. So we come in through Gate B, which is St Michael's Lane.
Yeah, St Michael's Lane.
And when you come in, there's a lovely garden of remembrance for Yorkshire supporters. And I was having a look. This was a lot. It's beautiful, and there's a bench that you can sit and really peaceful. It's a lovely idea. That really lovely idea. Very nice.
Oh, they do an awful lot of things right here.
Worrell comes in over the wicket, and Hill is beaten on the outside edge again.
Does he move the ball back in at all?
Yeah, he does. He's got that one.
Because he's
Getting it to go away, isn't he? At the moment.
This is almost Tim Murter-like with his consistent away movement at probably 20 miles an hour
quicker. Yeah, I was going to say.
And if he could do the old the Murter arm ball, as we used to call it, and get the LBW, get the batsman out of position.
So once again, Worrell. Forward goes Hill. Plays this one down to backward point, and there is no run. I saw Mr. Murter last summer at a game I was doing. He was in fine form. Angus Fraser was with us, and he'd arrived with his beer. He's got a little, what do you call them? Not pub, but these modern sort of beer houses, and he's got a mobile one.
Oh,
Yes, as in over the wicket goes Worrell. This is pushed off the front foot, so he was.
yeah, they actually they're business partners.
That's
aren't
right. Well, this is what we were talking about. He said Murter basically is chief taster. That's all he does. But yeah, it was nice, and he seemed in good form. As always, bowling coach now, isn't he?
Yep.
At Middlesex. Good man to have. Turns down below us once again. Two slips in there. Burns and Thomas. Coming in over the wicket to Hill. And Hill drives. Nice looking shot. Fielding's done by Sean Abbott. Moving round to his left.
Holds the record for the fastest 5-through in a test match at Lord's.
Ooh. He does, doesn't he? And his name's on the honours board, of course.
5 for 13 from Ireland when they bowled England out for 80 odd.
Did you see the Essex scorecard? It's a fascinating scorecard. Essex have had a bit of a collapse against Leicestershire.
Go on.
They obviously did the old trick last night, I think, as Worrell is in over the wicket, and this is punched by Hill out there towards cover point, and there's no run. So they did the old trick of trying to protect Paul Walter, the opener for the morning. So it looks like Sam Cook opened with Dean Elgar, and Cook was out second ball. So then they shoved Jamie Porter in there.
Right.
And then Walter did go out, and he was out for 1. Helgar was out for 14. Wesley was out for 2. Porter's still there. Porter's 28 not out. As here is Worrell. And Hill, outside edge, gone. Gets him. Good catch from Thomas. Low to his right, he's deserved that. As Dan Worrell, it's ball really nicely. After his first over, where he looked a little stiff and sore, which is unsurprising. But there he's got that one just right. And an outside edge, nicely taken by Thomas. And
I think it would be fair to say he's not in the first flush of youth, is he, Dan Worrell? So takes a bit more to get going in the morning, the older
yeah,
the older you
they
get.
bowled a lot of overs as well. Sorry, this season, you know.
Exactly.
I know he only played the last game, but he bowled quite a lot of overs in that game. So George Hill goes, I think as well, off the top of my head, that's a first catch for Adam Thomas as well in first class cricket, and he took it very nicely. So Hill goes, sorry, have 3 this morning. Brings out Jai Richardson to the middle. Overseas, of course, Mr. Richardson. Joining Dom Bess. But there's some nice shots in that 34. I was interested, you spotting how cross Lyth was as well, because he punched the back of his bat, didn't he? Yeah. I think, in my head, it was 2 things. One, I think he thinks he should have let it go. And
of course.
And number 2 is, because he's been a bit short of runs, and not incredibly short of runs, but, you know, he probably thinks he's left a few out there as well.
You say that since the second championship game. I think he's only been into double figures once, and that was only 15 or 16.
Yeah, and I think players like Lyth spot an opportunity, don't they?
Yeah, so Abbott starts a new over, and that's pushed into the offside by Bess.
But that was very good thinking from you about the double 100.
Well,
it's almost like you've watched quite a lot of cricket over the years.
You don't sort of like to sort of think these things, don't you? But you just wonder how many more opportunities you'll get. Next delivery from Abbott. Bess goes for the drive, doesn't get
It's been a
touch.
funny old innings this from Dom Bess, hasn't it? Because he's played and missed quite a few times. He's played some very nice shots as well, but in between he's played some lovely looking shots. It's just he's nowhere near it.
That was a smashing drive.
It was, but he was absolutely nowhere near the ball. Great one for the photographer.
Is Abbott again bowls to Bess, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. No run. And it just a thought that occurred to me. You know, you think about yesterday's play, and Johnny Bairstow, I think 37 later this year, Adam Lyth 39 later this year. That might have been the last century one of them scores, or both of them scores at Headingley. Who knows? I think they've both got plenty of cricket left in them, and I'm sure they'll both will get more runs, but yeah. So Lyth was particularly annoyed this morning. Particularly annoyed. Next ball, cracking shot, and very good half stop. Is it going to prevent the boundary? Yes, 2 runs, so a good joint effort. Who was that young man diving across that church?
Young Mr. Fisher, that was.
Matthew Fisher.
Good slide.
Excellent.
Lovely shot from Bess, wasn't it? And then the initial stop from Jordan Clark, and then Fisher sprinting down and sliding and flicking it back inside the rope.
It's been a good move for him, hasn't it? Next ball is outside the off stump, left alone. There's a really nice on drive, just to the onside of the umpire, and tumbling stop by Clark.
Yeah, Fisher's settled in beautifully at Surrey. And he didn't surprise me at all when he was in that Lions initial party and then went into the Ashes squad.
Here's Abbott bowls and defended solidly by Bess.
I think for him as well, what's been great with Surrey is because they've got, you know, a pool of fast bowlers. He's able to get a bit of a break now and again. So his fitness record's been brilliant with Surrey. And I think when last summer when he started with Surrey, he was bowling really nicely. He just couldn't get wickets. You know, they'd edge them and they'd be dropped. But then as the season went on, those wickets started coming for him. And then, of course, in that crucial game against Nottinghamshire, which Surrey eventually lost, he picked up 10 in the game, I think. As Worrell is into Richardson, and Richardson's first delivery, he allows it to pass outside his off stump. So, yes, it's been an excellent move for him, and he's settled in. And I'm delighted for him, and I think he'll play in that first test. I think England want to look at him. I think he impressed when he was with them those Ashes games. I think they almost felt they had to give Potts a game though, because they dragged him round Australia, didn't they? But I think Fisher might well play in that first test. As Worrell's in, that's got to be tight. Big shout for LBW, not given by umpire Goff. But that must have been very tight. Richardson got himself in a right old tangle. And umpire Goff, who is one of the best in the world, had a look and then kept his hands down. See it again here. It's tight.
Striking him outside, but
he's a very...
He's gone a long way.
Yeah, he has. It's a very tight call, that. As I say, Richardson got himself in a bit of a tangle. So I can see why they appealed. As Worrell in again to Richardson. Another shout for LBW. Is that pitched outside? I think that did. And Worrell ends up with his hands on his knees.
Yeah, that wasn't.
Yeah, that's going down,
so
I think. Yeah.
Was it?
Nope, but it's good bowling this. He's got Jai Richardson, as I say, in a little bit of a tangle with those two deliveries. And he wanders off towards square leg. Worrell asks umpire Goff what was wrong with that one.
Yeah, the second appeal, I think he knew wasn't
that
out,
wasn't out, but the first one...
Come on, you didn't give the first one. That one's pretty close, 1 out of 2. Yeah.
As over the wicket comes Worrell once again, and Richardson lays bat on ball this time. Turns that one into the leg side, and there is no run. Very loud, the planes, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a flight path.
Yeah. Do you hear them in your captain's room at the hotel, the planes?
Don't hear very much at all.
Do you not?
No.
Soundproof?
Yes.
Quite right too. That to keep the sound out or to keep your sound out? As in over the wicket, once again comes Worrell. And Richardson's up on his toes trying to punch this expansively through the offside. Doesn't really time this at all. Well, it's been lovely hearing all about the hotel.
You do occasionally get one of the other residents making loud phone calls out in the corridor.
Oh, that's never great, is it? No, that's not good. Could they not do that in the privacy of their own room?
Well, you'd have thought so. Certainly, given what they were talking about, you would have thought it was...
It's when people do that on trains. It does drive me mad. The gentleman on the way to Birmingham, he started as we left London and finished as we got to Birmingham, as that's climbed on Richardson. And it's a good delivery again from Dan Worrell. And that beats the outside edge and taken by Josh Blake, moving away to his right-hand side.
I think I better let the Deutschmeister back.
Thank you very much indeed, Dave Townsend, with us all day. Excellent news. Told us all about his hotel. Sounds lovely. Very nice. And Monica who gets his milk for him in the mornings. So it's been a very, very authoritative piece of commentary and summary there from Dave Townsend. 4:38 for 7. Sun's out again now here in Leeds. And it's going to be Don Bess on strike here to Sean Abbott from the Howard stand end. And Best lets this one go outside his off stump. So 3 wickets have gone this morning. Johnny Bairstow early on this morning, caught by a diving Jordan Clark at mid-on off the bowling of Matt Fisher for 120. Then Adam Lyth caught at first slip by Rory Burns off the bowling of Jordan Clark. And then Hill caught low down at second slip by Adam Thomas off the bowling of Worrell for 34. Bess has 27. Jai Richardson's yet to get off the mark. As here is Abbott over the wicket to Bess. Oh, he's had a drive at this one outside his off stump, beats the edge again. Taken on the half volley by Josh Blake. Welcome back, Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Church.
Yeah, I was saying it's been an interesting innings, this, from Don Bess. It's been some lovely shots. The on drive and the square cut and the pull shot. In between, though, there's been he's played and missed quite a bit. But he's still there, that's the key thing. Abbott is into him, and he's letting this one go outside his off stump.
Yeah, he's still got the forward swipe in him, hasn't he? But then again, he wouldn't be the only one in this innings so far. He was on top with half an hour to go this morning. It's an interesting one, that, isn't it?
Still Yorkshire. Still Yorkshire. They'll still be happy with this, I would think.
They've added, what, 76, I think it is?
I
loss
think,
of 3.
Yeah, I think from 121 for 4 to 438 for 7. As Abbott is in, and this is clipped into the leg side firmly by Bess, and it's a good stop from a diving Dan Lawrence in there at mid-wicket.
There's been some brilliant ground feeling at times over the last couple of days. Probably saving another, I would have said, at least 20 runs.
Yeah, and today the catches have been taken as well. Everything's been held so far today. As Abbott's in once again to Bess. Bess is taking this off the stumps. Abbott thought he was through him again. He's probably taken that off middle and off, but he gets a single Don Bess.
Yeah, just went down to third floor level and a bit further across. So I was the other side of the wicket, if you like, the Western Terrace side. When George Hill was batting, he got a couple of edges. There was one that went down beneath us for 4. Sean Abbott was bowling. He's not slow, is he?
No.
You could really feel it. Somehow more different down there and a bit closer to pitch level than he could up here.
Yeah, we was just saying that sometimes if you're at square leg, you get a much better idea of how quick the bowlers are bowling. As Abbott's in, and that's a Yorker. Richardson digs this one out. Got towards mid-on, end of the over. 439 for 7, Best 28, and Richardson yet to get off the bar.
Yeah, so as Churchy says, probably from 121 for 4, they definitely have taken 439 for 7. I would think that, given that Adam Lyth and Johnny Bairstow were in overnight, they might have had hopes for something higher than this at this point. But of course, the pair of them were both back in the changing rooms 25 past 11. But that most recent partnership batted about an hour together, more or less, and did pretty well. And Don Bess, with an open face, has driven this one. It was slightly uppish, not too far from the hand of Ryan Patel, but beat him. Dan Lawrence, enthusiastically as ever, is round the boundary edge to field, and they get through for 3.
Yeah, so this morning, I think that's 80 for 3 this morning, Yorkshire. So actually, either side of that massive partnership, 121 for 4 and 80 for 3. So that does, again, just prove if you can get 2 in, then that'll make a difference.
Yeah, here's Worrell. Ooh, up there to drive, but he's got that towards the inside of the bat. Jai Richardson batted well at Taunton the other week. It was needed at the time as well, the runs. He got a half century in the second innings, which just helped to keep the Somerset bowlers out there for longer as much as anything and give his own bowlers a bit more rest.
I should know this. This is not just at Yorkshire, is this his first stint in Championship cricket anywhere? I can't remember him
so,
playing
yeah.
in Championship cricket before.
There's Worrell. Richardson defence. Yeah, he had a complete shoulder reconstruction, I think. And there's been a bit of, Cricket Australia wanted to give him time, as you would imagine, to get that right. And also just to feel it's all about whether you feel like you can let yourself go as well when you've had something like that done. Can you really go through with your action? He's looked sharp enough. He's certainly not bowled anything like as well as he can. I think that's very fair to say, and he'd be the first to admit. And this is his final game, of course, of his stint as well. Bowls, and that's turned into the leg side, no run. I was hearing stories that some of the Yorkshire boys, on the announcement of the signing, one or two texts from players of other counties around saying, what a signing that is.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
So
I know he's had the injury and...
He's got a good record, hasn't he? 20, averaging low 20s.
Proper bowler.
But he's kind of not got used to the English length. It's probably the thing you'd say. And then it's been a bit both sides of the wicket. But of course, when you're bowling at a reasonable pace as well, and you don't get it right, as we've seen in this match sometimes, it travels, and especially on a good deck like this. That's just wide of off stump, with a little bit of swing about it again from Dan Worrell, and it was left by Richardson. But he did look an organised player. I mean, batted for over 2 hours for his 50 at Taunton, as I say, when it was needed to set things up, which into a position which enabled them to get that win. First time I've seen him win down at Taunton since I've been doing the job, so it was about time. Final ball of the over. Worrell bowls and Richardson drives firmly, but it's a good piece of fielding again. Dom Sibley this time. He's been good. Dan Lawrence has been patrolling the boundary. Ryan Patel, because I'm so used to doing horse racing stuff. Rishi Prasad. Ryan Patel has been good in the field as well, and there's been some good catching. Just that one put down yesterday, so they've acquitted themselves well, have Surrey. And you'd say very definitely have cut out quite a number of runs here, so Yorkshire could have been some way beyond 450 at this stage.
Well, it's going to be Sean Abbott to continue. Dom Bess will be the man on strike. Abbott's going to come over the wicket from the Howard stand end. It's just got quite gloomy again. All these dark clouds are above us now. As Abbott is into Bess. Oh, he's driving again. Here's Dom Bess. Well, it's the edge taken by Blake. He's had a few of those in this innings.
He's getting good carry, isn't he? So it just shows you that I think there's 10 mil of grass left on. You're still getting that reward as a bowler, even if the ball's not particularly nibbling around. It's just when it's dead, slow and low, and that's the killer for all concerned, really.
But especially from the Howard stand end, the ball's been smacking into Josh Blake's gloves this morning. As in goes Abbott, that's driven by Bess, doesn't really time this.
England women, by the way, have lost their first wicket at Sophia Gardens. Emma Lamb's gone for 7. Court Gaze bowled Illing. Jodie Grewcock not out 5, and Heather Knight not out 13 at the moment. They're 34 for 1 in the 9th. Delayed start there because of the weather.
Surrey women and Yorkshire women both in action today as well, aren't they?
Yeah, Lancashire 139 for 4 against Surrey women, and Yorkshire 159 for 4 against Warwickshire women.
Over the wicket comes Abbott. That's a short-arm jab, really, from Dom Bess. Off the back foot, through the leg side and away for 4. Very effectively played that by Dom Bess. And over the rope it goes and away for 4. Bess moves on to 35. And Yorkshire move on to 446 for 7.
Now that is an overseas signing. Jess Jonason's doing it again for Yorkshire. 87 not out from 78 deliveries. When you bring somebody halfway around the world and you're asking them to perform, she's done it in nearly every match, Churchy, so far. She's been outstanding.
Yeah, it's the same with Maitland Brown for Surrey. Bowls rockets, walks out, smashes it. Very impressive. As in over the wicket once again comes Abbott, and Bess is forward. Playing hitting this one off a good length up towards mid-off. And there is no run. Yeah, Yorkshire came down to South East London a few weeks ago, actually. It's a funny old game, that one. Weather and all sorts. And then Paige Schofield went out and absolutely smashed it. She was on for the quickest ever 100 at one point. But then Surrey had a run of 3 straight defeats, but one against Essex on Tuesday. As short, pulled by Best, got a man out there now at deep backward square.
Ironically, that's probably the best he's timed that shot.
Absolutely. It was a good shot for one. Miguel Garantner is out there doing some 12th man duties at the moment. Out there at cover point. I think it's Ryan Patel who's off the field of play at the moment.
Lawrence has just done a couple of twirls of the arms as if he might have got the nod for an over or two before the break.
Yeah, 19 minutes till lunch. As Abbott is in, and Richardson, when he's off the mark with the leading edge. And he's timed that very nicely off the leading edge through cover point for 4. He was looking to work that leg side, I think. But that's a good bat. Off the leading edge, it whistled through cover point, and that has brought up the 450 for Yorkshire, 451 for 7.
Yep, they know they're still going to have to bowl well, and they want to obviously accumulate as many as they can get. But I think 450, I know it's not batting point territory because that's 10 overs gone, but still, I think anybody would have taken this, especially with the way that they have been playing first up so far this season. So I think overall they can be pretty happy, and they've still got the 3 wickets left. But this is really the last partnership that you'd kind of be leaning on and hoping for some serious runs. Short ball from Clark, and that's not timed well at all by Don Bess. He's got it away through straight mid-wicket. Sean Abbott feels they've got back for 2, but he got right underneath that, and it was pretty high on the bat. I don't think he would have made the boundary even though he would have chased it.
Jamie Smith at deep backward square had no idea where that had gone. He sort of put his arms out as if, so I don't know where it is. But it had actually just looped into the leg side, but I think he thought it was coming straight to him. But he had no idea where that ball was.
Jordan Clark went 2 for 82 in his 22nd over. Good delivery. Don Best chases that. Josh Blake doesn't hang on to it.
I tell you what. If you got points on your licence for this driving,
yeah,
you'd have a few.
He would, wouldn't he? We might be in for a ban.
But in between, he's played some gorgeous shots, Don Best, and he's still there on 38.
Not normally how you see him play. I reckon it's something to do with the pitch, just trusting the pitch and trying to hit through the line of the ball. Short of length this time, Jordan Clark, and Dom leaves it. He does drive pretty well through the covers. He plays well square on both sides of the wicket. He's always been able to do that. And he's unleashing, the pull shot with quite a bit of regularity, particularly from bowling at the Howard stand end of the ground. He's timed some better than others, shall we say, when playing that. But he's still there. He's batted well over an hour. It's been useful runs for Yorkshire. And he's just leaving another Clark delivery wide of off stump.
Just seen that Hasib Hamid is out for Notts. 0 for 1. Hampshire 214. I'm enjoying the Essex scorecard. I was saying to Dave Townsend, it's a cracking scorecard. Because they obviously sent Sam Cook out to open with Dean Algar because they're trying to protect Walter. Then Cook was out, so they sent Porter in.
That's Best drives, nice drive as well, and Dan Worrell with the dive, but unable to get across in time for that one. And that is the best of Don Best, 4 runs through mid-off, 42 to him, 457 for 7.
But then Algar was out, so Walter had to go out. Then Walter was out, then Wesley was out, but Porter's still there. So he's 36 not out, and Allison's 31 not out, and Essex are 87 for 4.
He's one of those, isn't he, Jamie Porter? He does niggle and hang around a bit when he goes in at the tail as well. I know, Yorkshire have experienced that a few times. Clark in, good delivery. That's a good response to the ball before and beats Bess comprehensively, but doesn't take his wicket. 4:57 for 7.
You had that terrific game down at Chelmsford last year, didn't you?
Yeah.
With Yorkshire and Essex. I remember listening to the end of that when I was driving back from somewhere.
That was definitely
very
a game that
tense,
got away.
wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, had they secured that final wicket, there would, I don't think, ever have been a threat of relegation at all last year. Just those 8 extra points would have kept them beyond that all the way through. But of course, there was some doubt until that very last day.
Were Essex? They were 9 down, weren't they? And then it was trying to take that last wicket.
They started the day, Yorkshire needing 8 wickets. They got no wickets at all in the first session.
That's right.
They took the first wicket of the day with the last ball before tea. Then proceeded to take 5, 6 more, was it? Something like that in the last session.
Dan Lawrence is into the attack from the Howard stand end, and his first delivery is turned away by Richardson into the leg side for a single.
It was so benign that it just looked like a different pitch for about an hour, and then they needed the final wicket. They had 35 minutes to get it, and
that's right.
Couldn't get it.
It was a really good listen. As Bess comes on to strike here to
Dick, good old Dick.
I think the end you were with Victoria Polly.
Oh yes.
As bowled is Bess looking for a reverse sweep here. Didn't even have a look at Dan Lawrence. He's just pulled the reverse sweep out, missed it, and is bowled. So Don Bess's innings comes to an end on 42. And it's the off spin of Dan Lawrence. So Don Bess has to go for 42. And it's 458 for 8. Yeah, he swept it. He's reverse swept it straight onto his stumps. He's actually hit that. I think Don Bess has reverse swept that straight onto his stumps. I think he's got something on it and reverse swept it straight onto his stumps. So, because I thought, gosh, that's had to have turned a lot, but he has. I think he's just reverse swept it straight onto his middle stump, Don Bess.
Yeah.
So his innings comes to an end. Ben Cliff's making his way to the middle. And it's 458 for 8.
Yeah, and I've got to say, that's a disappointing wicket, isn't it, at this stage? As I was just saying, that would be your last pair that you'd be relying on for some serious runs. And he's showing us with some of those shots, that drive he's just played down the ground a few minutes ago was a beauty. Don Bess got to 42, but I think he'll think he's given that away. And as you say, it's just first time we've seen Dan Lawrence today. You just think, wouldn't you, just have a bit more of a look, make sure. And he's mis-executed.
Well, it's going to be Cliff getting ready for his first delivery from Dan Lawrence, as Lawrence is over the wicket to him, and Cliff's forward, turning this one down into the leg side. So Surrey picked up 4 this morning. So in terms of a session, it's been a pretty good one for the Surrey bowlers. They picked up 4 this morning. As over the wicket goes Lawrence, and this is uppish from Cliff, turning it into the leg side. Simply was moving to his left, but was never going to get there. And Cliff's off the mark with a single. And Richardson comes on to strike. As over the wicket goes Lawrence, and this is turned into the leg side, and there's no run.
I'd say every time he bowls, but his action does make me smile, Dan Lawrence.
Well, it is all arms and legs. As he's in again here, and that's pushed by Richardson out into the offside. So end of the over, the wicket of Don Bess. So I suppose if another wicket goes down, we then have the old delayed lunch, don't we?
Yeah, which is probably a bit of a problem for us. It would be cold because it will have been sorted and ready, and DT will doubtless be walking in the back of the box with it in the next few minutes, I would imagine. So Jordan Clark's going to continue. Ben Cliff on strike, and I would think from here, given the batting abilities of Ben and Jack White, who will be coming in last, Jai Richardson will probably want to try and take things on. And I'm going to say this at 459 for 8, but if they get to 500 from here, I'd be thinking it's a bit of a bonus now. As Ben Cliff pushes one, got across nicely for that, and To do the fielding is Sean Abbott in the big white floppy.
Yeah, he does look cold, doesn't he, again today, Sean Abbott? But I heard you saying that by the end of next week it's going to be positively balmy.
Yeah. So the weather forecast was saying this morning on the Beeb. Clark comes in. Oh, Cliff playing at that one. Beats the outside edge. Mark Moody on the Yorkshire Vision Song Contest comes up with York as opposed to New York, New York, just York.
Huh.
So nice they named it once.
Well, yes, I can see where he's gone with that. This is because it's Eurovision tonight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tone in York says not behind the bowler or square on as the best place to view cricket, but sitting at home in a comfortable armchair with a pint, watching the live stream and enjoying the entertaining commentaries.
That's very
Ben
nice.
Cliff runs one down to third man for a single.
Yes, DT was asking where I would like to sit in the ground if I was here watching. Saying sort of in the morning as close to behind the bowler's arm as possible, but then afternoon move square of the wicket. Just because, as we were saying, you can see the pace of the bowlers a bit better square of the wicket.
460 for 8. That brought Richardson back onto strike, gets a full delivery that's swinging, lays it out to point. Adrian Smith, who messaged in yesterday, you may recall, saying, does the debt-free YCCC have any intentions of acquiring property close to the stadium, asking for a friend. He mentioned, for example, Cardigan Road guest houses or hotels. They're away to our left, of course, just at the back of the northeast stand.
I think that's where David Townsend's place of lodging is, Cardigan Road.
Yeah, here's Clark. And Richardson tries to run that one down to fine leg, misses it, but then unfortunately for Surrey's sake, so too does Josh Blake. It's a bye. Well, he follows up with Ugly Mugs, comma, Butlers, comma, boundary, ... question mark, question mark, question mark.
Well, Ugly Mugs is where I had my
Yeah,
coffee
I know where
this
they all are,
morning.
Adrian, but I'm
Lovely.
not quite sure to what you are alluding. Why don't you just spit it out in plain English? And we might be able to give you an answer, but none of those to which I'm aware are up for grabs at the moment, as that is going in towards Ben Cliff. Jordan Clark trying the 5-card trick. Of course, it accounted for Matthew Revis yesterday, but not on this occasion. Cliff says no, they shall not pass.
Yeah, and a very solid looking defensive shot that from Ben Cliff. So it's going to be Lawrence from the Howard stand end. It's definitely a bit colder today, isn't it? No sun now.
Jane Timon speculates that you might have had a late night.
Why?
Just how you sound, apparently.
Oh no, I've got a bit of a cold.
All right.
Wasn't that late? I'm too old for late nights. As this one's pulled away for 4 by Richardson. Dive from Dan Worrell. Boundary rope and away for 4. Thank you, Jane. I think I am getting a cold. You know when you sort of feel a bit coldy? Beginning to feel a little like that at the moment. As in over the wicket goes Lawrence, and this is slapped down the ground by Richardson. The 64 pints I had last night, probably no, I'm joking. One more to the total.
In that case, I'm glad we're not sharing a lip mic.
Yes, no, go. You don't want to be getting that. Cliff forward and just plays the line of that, and it beats his outside edge.
Neil Fletcher, Scarborough chairman, has sent us a photograph of what's going on over there. Well, the crowd, anyway, in the tea room and the Johnny Bairstow mural.
Oh, lovely. As this is swept by Cliff and fielded by Dan Worrell, tumbling away to his right-hand side. Puts himself down over his bat once again. As in goes Lawrence, and this is pushed into the offside by Cliff, and they'll pick up another single, one more to the total. I've sort of found myself on away trips locating Irish bars and listening to the music, and I did that last night. Excellent it was.
There's one of those up in Horsforth, actually.
Looking to pull here is Richardson, hits the toe end of the mat, rolls into the leg side, And picked up by Adam Thomas. End of the over, 467 for 8. It may be, because just what Jane's saying there, I was singing along at certain points as well, joining in with the songs. So maybe that and a cold, I think, is probably why I'm sounding a little croaky.
I reckon you were going with the Irish Rover.
Yeah, that was played last night.
What a surprise.
That was very good.
In he comes then, Jordan Clark bowling to Cliff, who's played a nice shot off his legs for a single down to long leg. And I was telling DT, I think you were out of the room, I was at a local church just up in Rawdon last night where there was a ABBA orchestral,
very nice.
Orchestral, it's a trio actually, 2 violinists and a cellist.
Oh, how lovely.
Yeah, it was really good, a candlelit thing. So
very nice.
Candles on. It was very good.
Romantic.
Different way to hear Mamma Mia and Dancing Queen. Ooh, now then, Jai Richardson gets a thick inside edge on that past leg stump. It's down to Matthew Fisher, that long leg, 1 run. Not the most orthodox single that Jai will play in his career, but he's still got the same number of runs.
I'm a big fan of, they're called 2 cellos. And surprisingly, it's 2 blokes on cellos.
Is it really?
But they are brilliant.
Clark bowls, that's flicked off the legs by Cliff. No run.
And they do all like film scores and they're amazing. They do AC/DC, Thunderstruck, and they've got these cellos that are like electric cellos. They're brilliant, those 2 fellas.
And they did take the time out to introduce themselves, the trio. I think I've got the impression that the male of the 3 wanted to introduce himself to everybody and tell them more about his career, and the other 2 were a little more reluctant, but did it because he'd done it.
Right.
Jordan Clark's latest delivery blocked by Ben Cliff, but it turned out one of the female violinists, she was superb, and they were telling you who they played with and all the rest of it, and some pretty good stuff. But she mentioned that she'd played with, I'm going to get this wrong, but it was somebody like Sting or whatever, so somebody that everybody would know, and of course immediately everybody in the audience, you can know, all right,
Yeah,
okay, never heard of you, but yeah, okay, right, okay. As Ben Cliff runs one down through short 3rd man, Ryan Patel round to field, they get 1 run.
I'd love to be able to play a musical instrument. I did attempt the piano when I was younger. I was dreadful at it.
I would love to play that, and I've in fact had a couple of lessons about 2 years ago, but I've just not been able to get back because of the way this season goes. And they always want you to go on the same day, night, whatever it is, every week. But I enjoyed just having a go at a couple of one lesson. It might have just been one. As that's flicked away very firmly by Jai Richardson. Timed that superbly. Jamie Smith keeps them to 1 on the Western Terrace boundary. 471 for 8. Richardson on 12. Cliff on 5. Partnership so far worth 13. We'll have 1 more over before the lunch break. Yeah, I don't know why, but that's just the one instrument where I've always been fascinated by all of that. Maybe it's the synthesizer thing, being from the era that, we're both from. I put you in that era as well.
Yeah,
George.
no, that was very kind. Thank you. Yes, I'd love to be able to play a musical instrument, but I've just got no musical talent whatsoever. As in over the wicket then comes Lawrence, shout for LBW. Oh, now Lawrence, it wasn't a very forceful appeal, and then he decided it was going to be a forceful appeal.
It was kind of under development, wasn't it, as it went on? Yeah.
Richardson was trying to flick that into the leg side. Yeah, I can see it again. I can see why he went up. As Lawrence is in, Richardson's forward, playing this one into the offside. So, of course, if a wicket were to go now, we would stay out there, because that would be the 9 wickets down, and you can have another half an hour until that wicket goes. So lunch could be, if a wicket went in this over, 1/2. As Richardson turns this one gently into the leg side, will stroll a single as Dom Sibley comes up to do the fielding. So 1 more to the total, 1 more to Richardson.
Speaking of lunch, Josh Wilmer
Thank you, Josh.
has arrived with ours.
I know. Cliff will settle himself down over his bat. Thank you, Josh. And comes Jamie Smith from sweeping on that cover boundary rope. As over the wicket goes Lawrence, and forward goes Richardson. Cliff, apologies. Down to backward point it goes, and there's no run. So a couple of balls to go till lunch. As I say, it's all arms and legs. And he's in. Oh, and he's bowled him. So lunch will be delayed because Cliff's played down completely the wrong line there, I think. And he's bowled by Dan Lawrence. 472 for 9. Lunch will be delayed. So we can stay out there for an extra half an hour. Yeah, he's just played down totally the wrong line there.
I did
There's
wonder,
Cliff.
you know, when Jai Richardson took the single, I kind of thought, I'm not sure that's a great idea.
Bowled by Dan Lawrence for 5.
So, second wicket for Dan Lawrence. Cliff goes for 5. So we will stay out there now. 472 for 9. Cliff makes his way back to the dressing room.
I'm sure Jack White is absolutely delighted to be walking out there at this stage.
Well, out he comes, Jack White. He's been
Batting at number 11. for
good
Yorkshire.
signing for Yorkshire. Jack
Yeah.
White. He's a good bowler, Jack White. Makes his way out into the middle in his long sleeve sweater. Doesn't have a bat sponsor. No stickers on his bat. Jack White.
Can't imagine why, Jack.
Well, we were saying with Dan Worrell, the only thing that Dan Worrell has is a thigh guard. And he borrows everybody else's kit. And that'll be interesting if and when we see Mr. Worrell with somebody's bat in his hand to guess. We always play guess whose kit bag he's been into. So, Jack White, the final Yorkshire batter out there. Surrey picked up 5 wickets this morning. Yorkshire are 9 down with 472 on the board. And Dan Lawrence coming around the wicket to the left-handed White, and he plays his first delivery gently into the offside. So end of the over, 472 for 9. Richardson's on 13. White is yet to get off the mark. And a couple of wickets for Dan Lawrence in quick succession. Don Bess reverse sweeping one straight back onto his middle stump. And then bowling Cliff for 5.
DT, well, I think we should bring him back on air. Why should we suffer and have cold food? Is it you know?
All right, he's just tucking into his now.
It's just selfish, isn't it?
You heard that at the back of the box.
Just selfish. Jordan Clark, meanwhile, bowls to Jai Richardson, who plays nicely off the hip down to long leg. Matthew Fisher returns it. They get through for a single.
He didn't take one there, actually. He's going to farm the strike here, is Mr. Richardson. There was definitely a single there if he wanted it, but he's decided to stay put. So because of that, the field is spreading now.
Adrian Smith developed on his earlier email when I asked him to. He says, interview with Kevin Howells yesterday sounds like the club is looking to expand physically. Extra capacity stroke hospitality, but where, since I live in Headingley? Ooh, Clark in and Richardson playing on the up and having a waft outside off stump.
Sounds a bit like me expanding physically.
He says Cardigan Road properties adjoin the stadium, so will Yorkshire be in the market? Well, again, I'd answer that question with I don't know. That's the answer to your question, Adrian. But thanks for the links. I'll have a look at those when I can. Get a chance to go through that interview last night. We got to get off to see what I've been telling you about as Richardson, slightly 2 feet off the ground there, played that. Dan Worrell coming in from the distance to field the ball that's stopped from long on. So people have disappeared to various postcodes around LS6 with the exception of Rory Burns, who he either gets homesick or he just thinks that Jai Richardson might get an edge on this because he's stayed at first slip. Everybody else is contactable by WhatsApp, as that's pushed out to one of them, Ryan Patel.
Well,
It's a deep extra cover.
What you
no
can
run.
get in these situations is a comedy run out
Yeah.
as well. So Richardson now, well, he'll probably take a single off this ball. They've left the field out, haven't they? How many balls have we had? 4 in this over.
Yeah, they'll close in after this if Richardson's still there. Or will he go for it? He's gone for it. He's got an uppercut out to backward point, and he's got a single.
Yep, so... And White now comes on to strike. Field comes up. I always think in these situations, it looks like one batter is very unpopular, while the other one is very popular. White's very popular, isn't he? Everybody's come back for White. A couple of slips in there now. And
Well, like Jack,
cover.
People like to, be in his company, so they do close in. Very sociable. He's actually a very quiet character. Jordan Clark round the wicket to Jack, and up there to drive, and he's punched it away into the covers. Now then, he's going to try and get back for 2 here off the final delivery, so that Jai Richardson can have strike, and they've got through for it. So that was a little bit of a bonus for the Yorkies. 475 for 9 come the end of the 127th over.
Well, that's worked out perfectly. A couple of runs off the last ball of the over. Richardson keeps the strike. Now, this will be good, because Dan Lawrence will toss one up here to Richardson and say, if you want to try and stick me in the Howard stand, try and stick me in the Howard stand.
I reckon, for a number 9, I think you can use the expression he can play, from what I've seen of him so far.
He's got test match runs as well, hasn't he? So, Richardson's on strike there. Everyone's back on the boundary, bar Rory Burns again. He is going to go aerial. He's got to get all of it. He's turning this into the leg side. Oh, he takes a single off the first ball of the over. I'm now very confused.
Yeah,
I'm very confused now, because White did his job. He got 2 off the last ball of the over, but there, Richardson, maybe he just thinks White's going to be comfy against the spinner.
Yeah, I think
Could be that, couldn't it?
That'll be the theory, I would imagine. Yeah, he sort of did this at Taunton as well. Occasionally he'd take a single off the 3rd ball, 2nd ball of an over, rather than the 5th or 6th.
Lawrence is in. Oh, here goes White. Slaps it straight down the ground for 4. There you are. Well, that's very sensibly played, really, because they brought the field up, so he's just gone straight back over the bowler's head and straight down the ground for 4.
Yeah, and Yorkshire setting the trend for bringing in a specialist batter against spin at 11.
Yes.
Just to lure the opposition into a false sense of security.
Oh, Jordan Clark's had to go into the Howard stand to get the ball back.
Well, there's a few Yorkies down there. You don't get it yourself.
Yeah, no,
Get it your son.
I did notice there that nobody really was going to help him, were they? There was one gentleman there who sort of got up, but
You're from Surrey, go get it
yeah, I
yourself.
think he was just pointing to where it had gone very kindly. Oh, he's done him again. Straight down the ground. White, 1 bounce for 4. So, this is very good batting from White. Making a resounding thump of his bat.
Jai probably just coming down now and saying, don't get carried away, pal. You've done that. They've dropped him out. Take the easy one.
Well, you can see why Richardson took a single off the first ball of the over. Now. So, Adam Thomas has left the leg slip position. Now he is getting giddy because he's trying to reverse sweep there. It's a great take from Josh Blake, but yes, he did get a bit giddy there, did Mr. White, with his reverse sweep. As Lawrence is in again to him. Oh, now he's sort of slapping this one into the leg side. And he should get 2 here. Oh, he's got to get his skates on a little bit, but he is. He's safely back for 2. So these are valuable runs from White. He's on to 12. 486 for 9.
As I say, he's a lovely lad. I asked him about doing a podcast last week, and he's just so self-deprecating. He just said to me, what about?
Well, you could the everyday world of Mr. White is. Oh, he's pulling this one, and the fielding's done by Sean Abbott. So good over that for Yorkshire. 11 off it And Yorkshire are 486 for 9. The reason we're still going here is because Yorkshire are 9 wickets down. So we can play for an extra half an hour. If he gets half one and they're still going, then we'll go and have lunch and they can come back after that.
Yeah, so I said, we'll talk about your bowling or whatever you want to talk about. We'll talk about your outdoor. He likes a bit of outdoor stuff. I was talking to his dad here the other week, and he, likes going up hills and things like
does
that.
he? Bit of
fishing.
rambling.
Yeah, and he said to me, I'll tell you what, he's just a reluctant man in front of the microphone, but he said, I'll tell you what, if you can get me on fishing at Bolton Abbey.
Well, that'd be lovely, wouldn't
I'll do
it? Sit at the bank or on the bank.
Jordan Clark to Jai Richardson, who defends into the offside no run. So if anybody watching or listening knows how we could get Jack on to fish at Bolton Abbey, beautiful Bolton Abbey, then by all means give us a shout. I might get him on a pod. I don't know. It might be the shortest one in podcast history. Here's Clark, and that's slashed away really into the offside, playing across it, Jai Richardson. They're not going to bother with the run that they could have taken out to Ryan Patel. He and Dom Sibley, who's got the ball in his hand now, going to be thinking very much about batting at the moment, I'm sure. He's got some face paint on, which is interesting given the current climatic conditions. Slower ball here by Jordan Clark, but he got the pace of a slower ball right, but he didn't get the direction down the leg side.
Very sensible from Dominic Sibley. You can still get the sun through the clouds, can't you? Although I don't think it's particularly strong sun today.
Clark turns. Comes in again, short this time. Richardson takes it on, but it's too quick for him, and the ball's gone before he's through with the shot, really.
Effort ball from Jordan Clark and his man bun.
Yeah, do you do man buns, or do you just leave your locks flowing down?
I did one just to see what it looked like on the Knots live stream.
Did it not look good? No. Clark's slower ball again. That was better. And he's now having to chase after the ball that Richardson pushed into the offside. So 2 left in the over. We're getting on for halfway through this potentially extra half hour. We've just had one of these so far in Yorkshire matches this season. It lasted about this long, about 3 overs probably before the final wicket fell. Clark again, Richardson pulls, he's got quite a bit on that. Fisher's underneath it though, down at long leg, and he is out. And there you go, it's lasted about the same amount of time, second time as well. 486 all out Yorkshire at the conclusion of their first innings. Jai Richardson had made 15, Jack White not out on 12, and it took precisely 129 overs and finished on day 2 at 1:13 in the afternoon. So the benchmark is set with that first innings. We know that Surrey have got a very serious batting side as well. So the challenge is on. Can Yorkshire remove a few of the Surrey top order while the ball is relatively new? Because it looks like it's going to be hard work taking wickets, just as it has been for the visitors. And then what can Surrey do about this on what is essentially still a very good pitch here?
40 minutes.
We'll see, but while Yorkshire kind of taken the lead by putting 486 on the board, Churchy, I think you'd have to say overall it's probably been just about Surrey's morning with the wickets they've taken.
Yeah, I think so. And what did they start? 362 for 4, and then all out for 186. So that's 124 for 6 in that session. But it's really that partnership of 241 between 246, apologies, between Bairstow and Lythe. It is obviously the difference. But yeah, I think Surrey will be pleased to have got that done this morning, and now they know their job is to go out there and make runs with the bat. That was a good catch from Matt Fisher. It was up there a long time.
Yeah, one of those where you've got to make sure your feet are inside the rope and just know whether or not you've got a stride back, and he's kind of checked all that out, didn't he, as the ball was in the air. Yeah, judged it really well. So 49 extras in the innings, 20 no balls, 13 leg byes, 15 byes and a wide as part of that 486, as I say. Benchmark set, quick look through the bowling figures before we drop the mic and take our lunch. And well done to Matthew Fisher, back here for the first time in first-class cricket since leaving Yorkshire. 25 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 92. Dan Worrell, well, he was tighter, 1 for 67 from the same number of overs and maidens. Jordan Clark finished with that last wicket and 3 for 94 from 26 overs and 2 maidens. Sean Abbott also 26 overs, 2 maidens, none for 95. Adam Thomas with 12 overs, 2 maidens, none for 39. Dan Lawrence 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 33. Ryan Patel 9 overs, no maidens, none for 38. If we have nothing else to add, let's say enjoy your lunch, folks. We'll be back to pick up the mic as they're walking out for part 2 of day 2.
Like a scary little rickety bridge. It's not very clear. scary up there. You got to get wickets.
Time for some lunchtime scores from around the Rothesay County Championship, starting in Division 1. Sussex are 99 for 4, replying to Leicestershire's first innings total of 333. Meanwhile, Nottinghamshire 18 for 1, replying to Hampshire's first innings total of 214. Somerset are 394 for 5 against Sussex, who are yet to bat. They're off for a rain there. And 14 without loss, replying to the Morgans' first innings total of 360. Moving into Division 2, Northamptonshire 83 for 4, replying to Gloucestershire's first innings total of 154. Kent are 497 for 8 against Durham, who are yet to bat. Lancashire 8 without loss to 70. And finally, Championship, Derbyshire are 230 for 5, replying to Middlesex's first innings total of 177. In the women's one-day international match down at Sapphire Gardens, England are 77 for 3 against New Zealand, and they're off for rain there. And finally, over at Scarborough in the Metro Bank One-Day Cup, the Yorkshire women finished their first innings 238. Jess Johnson scoring 110. Umpires Michael Goff and James Middlebrook.
Welcome back to Headingley for session 2 on day 2 of Yorkshire versus Surrey, with the hosts having been bowled out for 486 in their first innings. Of course, the features being Adam Lyth with his 141 and Johnny Bairstow his first class 100 as skipper. He made 120, but Surrey did take 6 wickets this morning, so they'll be happy enough to finish Yorkshire off in just over a session, I guess. 2 hours and 13 minutes of play, and it's their turn with the bat now. Good pitch, DT. He was with me for this first half hour, so they'll be able to play with some confidence, but at the same time,
Are they going to start?
Are they going to start? Yeah,
Because the batters are walking back towards the pavilion. Too dark. The lights are on. It's overcast.
Well,
Nobody's at home.
Yeah, they're certainly not going to want to start if there's any question at all about the light. The covers are coming on. So is there a spot of rain out there? Is this just a precautionary measure? And we are now not going to get the start of the afternoon session. Well, that's a bit bizarre. Why would they have gone out there and then made that decision? It was raining in the middle of the pitch and not at the side.
Bizarre. So, there you go. What can we do? We can't commentate on the covers going on.
No. We'll be back when there is any further news to report from Headingley then. But yeah, just to remind you, 486 all out. Surrey will bat once the umpires are happy to let play continue.
game in the world. We don't know about it. Very similar. Similar result.
A bit like your amazing logo for the marquee.
Good. No. Yesterday and today. It's coming in from Ireland. Yeah. In 3 days ago. That'll be their test. Surrey. That's owned by Prince Wales, isn't it? And it's yeah. Yeah, could come. Well, I mean, what's coming? It gives you an hour.
asking us if you'd set up a tab, and we were like, oh no, he said, do you want it on the tab? And we went, yeah, there's a tab, and then there was a bit of confusion
what's
about
coming?
you ended up paying. Thank you.
I didn't get you a drink.
Thank you for sorting that.
I didn't know what you wanted. That's right. Who wants what? Chuck it on the towel. We haven't got it.
We were got them.
Get, I've just got
Well,
So that's.
just be really dedicated.
Absolutely packed. Is it a bit of a shame?
Well, it is really, because test cricket's the proper stuff, isn't it?
No.
But it takes such mental. Yeah, that's why.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a message for the owner of car registration number YM15. That's Yankee Mike 15.
Yeah, we are.
Hotel Oscar. It has rolled backwards and hit another car and is currently blocking a driveway on Chapel Lane. So if you are the owner of that car, I would return to it with some urgency. Once again, that's YM15. Thanks very much.
Here we are at Headingley, second afternoon. Unfortunately, no cricket at the moment due to rain. The umpires have just been out there. The umpires coming back for an inspection. But I'm on the balcony at the media centre, which doubles up as well. They used to have lectures here at the university.
Alright, where are you? How much cricket have you seen? How much cricket? Which bar are you in?
far there, you know, that full length.
You are?
All the lads.
Oh, is
You see
it?
that full length there?
Yes.
All the box underneath, you can see all the people inside.
Yeah.
They're in there. Don't worry, you go. Take a break, chill out.
interested if they start playing. Do you know what they're doing? Have you had an update? Bonkers, whether it's whatever it is these days, health and safety. Fine, good for you. Passing very well. Sorry. Later. Behind us, yeah, behind us now. And Gav Hamilton is obviously a really indeed.
It wasn't substantial.
Wasn't okay. Okay. So I'm waiting for some scones. And cucumber sandwiches. Oh, you say scone? So you Yorkshire?
I don't know about it with Shrewsbury.
I would say Shrewsbury.
Shrewsbury's hard to say.
It is hard to say. It is, but it's Worcestershire still. But you can't say that now. So do you live in Yorkshire?
Pudsey, Yorkshire.
Oh yeah, Pudsey. Remember Frank Harrison's, the uniform shop? Yes. Yeah. Go to Gateways in Nairwood. Old girls' school. Go to Frank Harrison's to get our uniform. Oh, do you?
You know the cricket school there?
Yep.
The back.
Yep.
I was a manager.
Oh, okay. So has cricket been your career?
Half past. Do you know where the offices are? You can go through there.
Was it?
All those years ago. No, don't ask me what year it was.
Okay.
But that's where I am coming.
Hey.
This means there's a chance of playing.
Brilliant news.
The prize have gone, so they must be satisfied with the situation.
Indeed.
Rubbish for Christmas.
Okay.
I don't know where. I think they will make the stop at Jordan Road.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Because still good the names.
Hello, babe.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Oh,
How's things?
good.
You keeping okay?
Yeah, very well, thank you. You know,
Hey up, Ralph.
Oh, are you back?
Have you brought in a drum kit? Tell me about it.
Just talking about your gun kit when you
Your
were a
Kestrel
child.
drum kit. We had it at landing. Mum were like, right, you can play for this time.
Tell me one of the West Indian drum. Some kind of the half measures with them.
Indeed.
Let's walk through the floor.
That's it. Good.
Everyone, providing there is no further rain. Play will resume at 3:40. Play will resume at 3:40. There will be 43 overs left in the day. And tea will be taken at 5:30.
When he told me that 2 batters waiting on it, I spoke to his guy. He said, "You want 2 seconds of the first." I said, "No, we didn't." So there's middle stuff.
So he's batting at 6. He made his debut 2 games ago, got 100. Played last week against Nottingham.
Stuck at it today all the time. Not been brilliant. It'd been good to see a defensive skill. No. Looked very amateur. And they worked hard with it.
Yeah, excellent.
They're not.
They go to well, just yes, the school has
Excellent. It just didn't say with them.
yeah, it's
James.
little. So yeah, they're there and then they're living.
That's a good part to the trick, is it?
Oh, well, that's even better.
So Mum will get a glass of wine and give you a good time.
And what was James's speech like last night?
It was to the point.
Was it?
And it
You
was
mean
brief.
this is my brother, Gareth and James are friends, and they're part of the 23 club, which is to do with rugby. And my brother is becoming president the next year. So he's hopeless at anything to do with public speaking. He's in there. But yeah, I can't imagine what it's like.
Rather than big. So Neil Hart is part of it as well. So you have to. Myself and Neil are the only two.
Yeah.
It was really nice. Yeah. It was really nice. To the point and very brief.
He just hates anything like that, doesn't he? Awful. Dude, this is really kind of you, so thank you. I know. I can't believe that. What can you remember? He throws a good. Is it Cirencester now at uni? Yeah, he's doing agriculture.
We're only just up the road.
Cirencester.
We're sort of Finland, which is you're basically.
Yeah. No, he's one of the best ones.
It's alright. It's alright.
Brother Ralph, James is Ralph.
you.
I don't know who balls it over. I never knew.
Have you come to rescue Derek?
He's got to actually go down and do a job.
Oh, have you? Crack on.
Just talking about the egg capsule. I was meant to tell him what time.
Go. We'll see you later.
I'll see you later on.
Take care. Bye. Yeah. Rothesay, yeah.
Rothesay?
Well, there's my husband, this is my son. My son, he's from Headingley.
So Phil and Garrett were best friends right through school.
So your son as well, James, who's one of the umpires here, was also a friend of Garrett's growing up.
This is Izzy.
This is
Izzy Rao.
So, so where was James? James and Gareth were at school together.
No, they were cricket together.
Oh, cricket. Okay.
They played to schools cricket and YCA cricket.
Okay.
Semi-pro.
Yeah.
Worcester. Yes, he went to Surrey, then Worcester, then back to Surrey.
So what's your surname again? Sorry, Mark. Middlebrook. So James Middlebrook is the umpire. Okay. So that's his son.
And do you know Gareth? Yeah. Yeah. He's a good friend of mine. Yeah. I love Gareth. He's a great.
My team doesn't know.
Yes, I know. He was saying that earlier. He came up and saw us. And then Max is Anthony. And he's such a good man. No, I think he's quite right.
I genuinely
Have an apple night out. He does have the tribute, and also Greg.
Well, this is what he was saying.
To do a movie in September, and you do a.
For any reason, or just
to do it.
Yes.
Told not to dress up for it.
Do we need to do other words before or after?
Whatever.
You do it before your next birthday. That would be a shame. But you know, what hesitant? He's just like, oh no.
If you want to get some other friends.
And I understand.
Who are we talking to, Karen? She was talking to her.
I do agree that you should.
No. Who
You're told to dress
Oh,
up.
Claire.
Claire.
Oh, yeah,
Claire was up
That's
there.
what you should do.
Would you mind if your brother comes with that?
No. Greg was.
Yeah. It's up to it's your birthday.
He gets uncomfortable with anything.
Because Emily Mama Mia.
Yeah.
And
Yes, nice to meet you,
go
Ralph.
get warm. And they're bringing out afternoon tea at 1:30. That'll be a
Just before we can have a scone,
Yeah,
just before we go to the bar and grill.
scone and a steak.
John Cherry.
Yeah, can we?
reckon I can get the ball?
Yeah, but I literally came out. Came out and said, yeah. Oh, yeah. I got it. When we were kids, when the boys start to play cricket, and then boys had this throw that was like.
Johnny, how are you?
Hi, Johnny.
You okay?
You alright? Yeah, good. Are you coming up for that bonfire party? You need to come to the bonfire party. You do. Invite is in the post.
Like more of a
Do
flip.
you get taught something from the shoulder?
No, a flame. It's like throw like a girl. You can. That's throw like a boy. You'll. James will agree. You've got more of an accurate throw like that. If you can throw long enough, you can fling it.
Sometimes the boys would throw them up in the air and they would land. He's like,
If you. Well,
I mean,
look,
they're
running
better than
from-
James.
running-
Better than
no, I learned from Uncle James.
this is what I've never
That's a
got.
good.
Girls will play round. But then if the boys ever play round and do these throws, you'd be like, what are you, how that? They'd come from here and they'd launch them
I
up.
would do that. I would throw like that. But I throw like Johnny. I do. It's a bit of a natural
Talent.
I think it's a Phillips thing. Yeah.
You'd be like throwing with your right hand, left hand. Can I see a version of that?
No.
We should have to play that when that was
We
left
did it
play.
the other day. We were playing tennis ball. Give us your best left hand throw. And everyone's like, you can't literally, like, as much as you do a good throw, you're right. Who would do that?
That's Michael Goff and James Middlebrook. Yorkshire. Rory Burns and Dom Sibley opening batting for Surrey.
Welcome back from Headingley, where we have an outbreak of play after, well, some shenanigans, I suppose, as a result of the weather. Should have been resuming the better part of 2 hours ago with, I don't know if there was any actual rain or not, but very little if there was. Some covers on, quite a lot of posing and posturing. We do now have some cricket, and apparently tea is going to be taken, I should say, at 4:30, or so there was an indicator on screen. If no more rain, play to start at 3:40. Well, let's just hold our breath for a second or two, because they did walk out last time and then come straight back off. But provided they do start now, there are 43 overs remaining in the day for Surrey to negotiate, for Yorkshire to try and pick up some wickets. And a couple of promising young lads in Rory Burns and Dom Sibley out there at the crease. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Jai Richardson. So 3 test players involved in this first delivery of the day. Joe Root's in at first slip, another one of those. Johnny Bairstow keeping wicket, of course. Adam Lyth is at second slip, as Richardson bowls the first delivery of this Surrey first innings, and Rory Burns leaves. It was fairly tight line-wise, I think, but certainly too high. Harry Brooks gone in at third slip. And George Hill is out there at gully. Jack White's doing a few looseners. He's down at fine leg.
Only 2 sorts of leaves, Storgy. Good one and a bad one. That was just a good one.
Apart from those fields I'd mentioned, it's a ring field, as that's first run. In fact, 2 of the Surrey innings, Rory Burns getting it away backward off square leg for a couple. Just in case you've forgotten, because it was 1:13 p.m. when they walked off the field previously. All out for 486. Richardson then. Final game, of course, in Yorkshire colours, quote unquote. That's slanted across the left-hander. Good carry through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow to say this is the first over, 82.4 according to the stream that's been clocked out. DT is alongside, I can assure you. She's got nothing to say at the moment.
I'm trying to work out who's that is in the distance down at fine leg with that. Having to call on your expertise.
Jack White. Richardson in.
Oh,
and
my
that's
word,
slanted
what did
across
that
him.
do?
Good delivery by Jai Richardson. Whistle through to the gloves of Bairstow.
It's gone a
That's
long way.
nipped a long way, yeah.
Just might have juiced that pitch up a little bit, that very little bit of rain. The reason I asked about Jack White down there at fine leg is that he did move a bit gingerly, didn't he, to that fielding. So there was obviously a little bit of greasy surface.
There's Richardson again. Oh, edged and dropped short off Joe Root. Didn't go at it hard, Rory Burns, which was, from his point of view, a good thing.
Yeah, just a yard or so short. Don't think Bairstow could have got across there, could he? Diving effort in front of Root might have taken it. A young athletic Johnny Bairstow might have flung himself at that one and still not got there.
That's punched away through extra cover by Rory Burns, just over-pitched by Jai Richardson, but you don't mind that too much, and a good tumbling flick back by the man who loves a good slide in the muck and mud, Dom Bess. And they've got through for 3 runs to complete the opening over with 5. Now, Jai Richardson's gone for 5 a few times in his short spell with Yorkshire, but there won't have been many better overs in which he's gone for 5 than when he's just bowled. That was a pretty good start. Bowling at around about 82. Quickest delivery is second, going on for 84 miles an hour. Jack White to start from the Howard stand end.
Yeah, one cracking delivery past the edge and found the edge with another. I don't think you can ask for too much more than that from a first over. Screen just showing a solitary figure in the stand. Quite a few of the crowd still are around, but gentleman there over away to our left is sitting on his own in the front row. Menard. Chance to ruminate about what's happened so far, life in general perhaps. Jack White then round the wicket to the left-handed Burns, who clips him square of the wicket for 1. That's all he's going to get. Shorter boundary over to that Western Terrace side. That brings Dom Sibley on strike for the first time. Burns has got all 6 runs. You see from the those of you watching the live stream that Sibley has taken a guard of 2 legs, and he has 4 slips waiting for a little nick as White bowls to him, and that's bouncing through. He allows that one to pass close to his off stump, but really one of those that you can leave on length. Joe Root Sending a catch up to mid-on.
The job,
And go on.
the job here for Yorkshire's bowlers is, can they give Johnny Bairstow some of that control he's had really for the only time this season in a sustained way at Taunton? They've got some runs on the board for him. Can these two start well and then be backed up well?
White bowls to Sibley, and that leaves him outside the off stump. I think he was just playing the line there. Bairstow took it in front of his long-time England colleague at first slip, Joe Root. Four slips, quite close to the bat. Certainly slip cordon closer than the Surrey slip cordon we've seen on the first 4 sessions. White bowls again, and I think that one genuinely did beat Sibley as he pushed forward. Always going to be a bit of early movement, isn't there?
If I can just interrupt your beautiful description of this over and do the last 2 balls so that you can take over from me. I can bring Churchy in. I'm just getting messages from back at the studio asking me if I can go off and do a chat on BBC Radio Leeds. Yes. So it's going to be Jack White turning and running towards us then. Bowls it now. Sibley with a much easier leave this time. Just wide of off stump. The Churchmeister is back in situ. I'll leave you with he and DT.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, these should be quite tough conditions for Surrey to bat in. Overcast, cloudy. We've been off for a bit of rain. Back out there now with the floodlights on. So you would feel these are cracking conditions for Yorkshire to have a bowl in. And you would think this would be quite tough work for Surrey, as White is in over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley's forward, just pokes this one away into the offside, gets a single to get himself off the mark, and Surrey move on to 7 without loss after a couple of overs. And David Townsend, these are not easy conditions to be batting in, are they?
No, they're not. No, they're not. The floodlights are on. Very aesthetically pleasing floodlights, I always think they had.
They're very nice, the floodlights here.
Sort of in a rose shape.
The white rose, aren't they?
Yeah. Shining down. There's a plane I can spot away to the right of us. So that's going to be roaring through.
Yeah, well, you'll hear that in a second, won't you?
Yeah. So, start of a new over, and that's pushed up to mid-off. It's Richardson bowling. So Bess, who's already managed to get his whites dirty. He should get it. He should get a contract for adverts for
well-known washing detergent.
Yes. Any of them, really.
Mm.
Wonder whether he's like that as a kid. Richardson bowls again through to the keeper. I'm sure he was.
What, dirty?
Imagine taking your whites back. Oh dear, Dom, what have you done again? Look, you're not playing football. You're playing cricket. You're not supposed to come home with your mud-splattered whites.
There are some cricketers who always look pristine, don't they?
Yeah.
Everything fits perfectly. Joe Root's one of those. Always looks pristine at first slip.
Richardson to the right-handed Sibley, and striking him on the pad, half an appeal from behind the stumps. Nothing going on there. I've just been reading an excellent book on the 1966 World Cup.
You said, yes.
Duncan Hamilton, and to talk about pristine and well-presented sportsmen. Bobby Moore, apparently. Bobby Moore used to iron the laces of his boots.
Really?
Iron them.
Wow.
He always had a crease in his shorts and whatever.
Yeah, I can imagine that, actually. Iron your laces.
That's fantastic.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Just one of those little snippets. Richardson bowls to Sibley, who beaten again, I think, wasn't he?
No ball from Richardson.
Ah.
Yep, beat him, but it was a no ball. He'd overstepped. Jai Richardson. So even if he had found the outside edge, he wouldn't have counted. Saw a few of those in the Surrey innings as well when they were bowling.
Yeah, we said there's no excuse for it these days. It used to be quite an incline, didn't they, at this end, but a lot flatter Headingley. Richardson bowls and just getting his bat out of the way, simply there, allowing it through to Bairstow. Similar field, 3 slips and a gully, really, or call him a gully, he's sort of 5th slip, something like that.
Yeah, he's sort of in between, isn't he? Gully and 5th slip.
Whitish long leg. Whitish fine leg or long leg, you know what I mean. Here's Richardson bowls again through to the keeper. Mid-wicket, mid-on. And a backward point. And an extra cover. Or whitish mid-off, if you like.
It might
try and get these descriptions right, because there were listeners that actually like to be able to picture this. You know, the right-hander, and Dr. Dan Draper, he always likes a picture drawn so he can imagine it. The blue seats of the Western Terrace and the marvellous new Howard stand at the far end. Next delivery rears up, nasty one. Sibley plays it well, gets on top of it. Plays it down to where a bat pad would be, but there's none in there. That's the end of an over. 9-4. No wicket.
Yes, and Sibley and Burns get together for a bit of a chat. Very experienced opening pair, of course, but this will be a tester for them. I'm not sure we'll get all 43 overs in today. It is pretty gloomy out there. With the lights on, I take it we've had tea and we're just playing these 43 overs, aren't we? It'd be a bit silly, wouldn't it?
No, you seem...
We're not going to stop in 8 overs time for tea, are we?
They're going to stop at 4:30 for tea.
Are they really? Oh. It's an interesting decision. As around the wicket then comes White, and Burns covers up. Plays this one straight down in front of him. Rolls away into the offside. And there's no run. So we're stopping at 4:30 for tea.
Yep.
Right.
Coming back out at, obviously,
10 to 5.
But he's going to get gloomier, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure we'll get that much in then after 4:30. We just play these overs and sort of had tea already. Waits again, does Burns. White turns and comes around the wicket to him. Rory Burns' shot drives straight down the ground for 4. It's a lovely bit of batting from Rory Burns. Slightly overpitched by White, and Burns has checked that straight down the ground and over the long off boundary rope for 4. Very nice shot from Rory Burns. To 10, and Surrey moving on to 13 without loss. What made me chuckle to myself was when they went out there straight away after lunch and didn't even get to the middle, turned around and came back, as Burns was wandering back to the dressing rooms, he was getting a lot of encouragement from the Yorkshire fans.
Yeah.
Saying well batted, well walked out there to the middle and back. Left-handed, of course, Rory Burns. As White is around the wicket to him, and he's letting this one go. Outside his off stump. Into the gloves it goes of Johnny Bairstow. So Roots at first slip, Lythe at second, Brook at third at the moment. Here's the slip Gordon. So there's a full slip, a backward point. There's the mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and the long leg. Here's the field for White. Played some nice shots with the bat today. As Burns waits again. White is into him, that's short, Burns is pulling, and that's going to run away for 4 because deep backward square hasn't picked that up at all. Has not picked that up at all, and just pulled away by Burns. Down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4.
Wouldn't have made a scrap of difference if he had picked it
Yeah.
up, would it?
No, he wouldn't have got round to that, I don't think.
What do you reckon? It was 25 yards away from him?
Yeah, just helped on its way, really, that by Rory Burns.
Yeah, short boundary.
Off his hip. And just rolled his wrists on it, and that whistles off down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4. Running towards us from that Howard stand end to Burns, and Burns lets this one go outside his off stump. Taken by Johnny Bairstow, moving away to his right-hand side. But it's a period here where Yorkshire can have a real go at Surrey for half an hour, can't they?
Yeah, it's a tricky little spell, isn't it? Tricky little period to get through. And of course, the opening bowlers after a 20-minute rest can probably come out and have another.
Yeah, they can have a
3 or 4
sit
overs each
during the tea break with their feet up, and come out again after tea. As White is in to Burns, and Burns lets this one go wide outside his off stump end of the over. So we've had 4 overs so far of this Surrey innings. It's all in response to the 486 of Yorkshire.
Not his best over, that
No.
Jack White. He's not getting the ball in the right areas.
The
at the
areas
moment,
again,
is he?
in the right areas again. It's all about areas, David.
Yeah.
It's all about areas.
It's funny how these sayings come into cricket, isn't it? The right areas, you never heard that said. Probably 10 years ago.
No. Well, it's a very...
Somebody picked up. You need to be bowling in the right areas. The right areas.
Oh, hang on. Umps are getting together here.
Oh God!
This will be light. That's a bit of drizzle.
Oh yes, you can almost see the drizzle.
Yeah, you
coming
can. It
across.
feels like rain at the moment.
It's one of
If
those
it's not raining,
annoying days.
It really is. Yeah, we're coming off. I'm not surprised, actually. It is pretty gloomy here. So we've got 4 overs in there. So Surrey are underway. We've got 4 overs in. But it is pretty gloomy out there at the moment. Burns has 14. And Sibley is on 1. So they'll probably take tea now, I would have thought. That would make sense.
Michael Goff, of course, not the first time he's taken the players off the field in a Surrey game. There was a famous incident at the Oval a few years back.
Was he doing the crossbow bolt game? He was he? Yeah, good memory from you. Yeah, that was an extraordinary afternoon. So Sibley and Burns have got through those 4 overs, but unfortunately we're off again for bad light. Sibley has 1, Burns has
Bad light
14.
or mizzle?
I think a bit of both, really. The covers are coming on, but just one of those annoying days today. So yes, we're off for bad light and a bit of drizzle, but we'll be back with you as soon as we get any more cricket. But we will leave you for the time being with a bit of rain falling, very dark conditions, and Surrey 17 without loss, all in reply to Yorkshire's 486.
We were never in that game. No complaints. We didn't even touch the side to be able to. saying that footy.
Those of you who are still with us, I'm pleased to be able to let you know that, weather permitting, we will resume at 10 to 5. They'll restart at 10 to 5, and there will be a further 30 overs to be bowled in the day. us now seems abundantly clear we're not going to restart at 10 to 4, but 10 to 5 even. But keep you abreast of the situation.